Camera, sound, marker, and action. Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host, Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today, will we actually finish Silent Hill F? Let's go and find out. We are back in the spirit realm after having awakened certain parts of us. The town is getting worse, overrun by this red growth. I think the music, I think it is kind of changing. It's getting more intense, the menu, but this is us now trying to be the perfect woman for this man. Changing our mind, body, and spirit. I think we're married now. Cool powers. Not very cool in terms of, doing things for Fox Mask. I still don't know how it's gonna end, honestly. I think there are more trials ahead. Head to the next room. Let's just see what happens. Cassie, welcome in. I'm so happy for you, Inigo, right? We should be happy for her, chat. She's trying. There are two Hinakos inside of us. There are two foxes inside of us. Yeah, it is pretty gruesome though. All the trials we've been through. It is pretty gruesome to watch. Again, they don't really leave much to interpretation. It's pretty clear what a lot of the things that happened, what it still means. But I honestly don't know where it's gonna go. It's my first Silent Hill. I know it's a standalone Silent Hill game, but I'm pretty sure it still shares some similarities in terms of what the fog is, what the kind of horror it is. But again, I don't know what to expect. And we're here to find out. Thank you for being here. Like, what is this spirit realm? What does it all mean? Why have we been subjected to such nightmares? Is the true horror a toxic patriarchal society? These questions we have to ask. But first, let us pray. New mural. Bunch of foxes. Is that supposed to be us? Are we royalty now? Are we queen of the foxes?
What a lively looking painting.
Oh shit, we're fox possessed again. That sounds like Hinako's fox possessed. Prove your intent with the crests 3. Now this is kind of getting frustrating. It's find yet another set of crests. Is that compelling gameplay? I don't know. Show what lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crests and lay bare your soul. How many times do we have to lay bare our souls? Oh, that's cute. Look at that. A lantern. Something inside. Another lantern. A fan. Anything new? Formidable foes. The monster that my father turned into. It. Alright, we defeated our father in the spirit realm. And after doing that, our father and mother got uh, killed by some woman in white. I don't know if that's her sister or if that's the creature behind all of this. Who knows? Ourselves in the future in another cycle. I don't know. The Faktai wants you to be pure of soul, I guess. Maybe that's what it really means, Kezi, because again, going back to the themes of this game and the gender discrimination and uh the what's what 1960s Japanese society expects of women and what their roles are and how pure they should be. Until today, these are still problems. From what I hear, especially still in Japan, they still have to. They're still pretty dated in terms of gender roles and gender equality. So it is still relevant and topical to tell these kinds of stories, and it's probably in line with that. All this pain we're going through, it's just narratively I understand. It's the grueling process of this purification. It's just endless. It's like no matter what you do, you're never going to be pure enough. You're never going to be good enough. You're never going to be perfect enough, no matter how much you change and maim yourself. Um, and that's the point of the one of the points of this story. It's just gameplay wise. It's like okay, it's the nth time of find 5 crests scattered throughout this maze. Like, if it's meant to induce a sense of repetitiveness and hopelessness and frustration, then I understand like how the mechanics are enforcing the narrative. Neon Rune, thank you for
Love
throwing your Prime subscription our way. I hope you've enjoyed your vacation. I missed your streams. Neon Rune is back at it with Minecraft. One of the best cozy, comfy streamers and the best way to wind down your Fridays. Awesome streamer, awesome community, great blanket fort energy over there, chat. If you have not already followed Neon Rune, what are you doing? I will never stop shouting out Neon Rune because she deserves all your follows. Thank you for being here, Neon Rune. And thank you for the Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes and ad free viewing. And yeah, Kezi, they really don't like a lady boss. That is not what a woman is supposed to be. So our a wrinkle that was added to this whole narrative was the fact that yeah, I understand the whole thing about duality, the two, what society expects you to be and what you really what you see yourself, your true self as, what you see your true self as versus what society expects of you, and that's the push and pull there, and you're never just one or the other, and it's always going to be a constant challenge to do so, especially in the 1960s here in Japan. Gender discrimination being at the forefront of one of the horror themes here. And what was my point? On yeah, the wrinkle added was that uh, is that the other Hinako inside of us. So there's Shimizu Hinako and Hinako. Hinako, the woman, according to our character's thoughts, the woman that seems to be trying to take over our body. So again, a lot of you can look at it metaphorically and whatnot, but then we were just shown quite literally. We bumped into our double in the spirit realm or wherever we are. Doesn't matter, reality, dream, nightmare. I don't think it matters at this point. But yeah, we bumped into our double, and our double, I believe, is the manifestation of all our frustrations against our abusive parents, against our abusive society, and it's just Hinako just wanting to fudge shit up. You know, it's like it's a Daisy meme. Like, don't you just want to go ape shit? You know, it's like one of those movies, those movies where a disgruntled person will just lash out on society because we live in a society, right? So yeah, we bumped into our double. One of my predictions is that this is just a cycles story. It's like how many cycles are we gonna go through until we break the cycle? One of those things. Again, a lot of stuff are on the nose. They really don't sugarcoat things, and they're very obvious and blatant in terms of the kind of message they want to send and the themes they want to portray. But is there really more going underneath the surface? And I still don't know how it's going to end. So that's where we are right now. Hopefully, we'll finish the game today. I thought we'd be able to finish it. Toilet Regina, welcome in. Glad to have you in the stream. Thank you for following us a long time ago. 22 days ago, apparently, according to the mini feed. Appreciate you following us, Toilet Regina. Another streamer that is highly recommended. Believe we found each other thanks to the PonderCon community. Fun times over there with Toilet Regina. Please give them a follow and welcome in. You're in time. We just started, but glad to see familiar faces in. Silent Hill F. Well, as you can see, we were just like ruminating over the messages of the story and where it's gonna go. So I'm. It just shows that I'm kind of invested in it and seeing the outcome, especially. But I will admit that the initial opening did not really inspire confidence in me for numerous personal reasons in terms of just like, for example, I just thought I didn't really care about the characters. Things were happening way too fast. I was not really invested in what is going on. But this game really does expect you to play it multiple times because you are locked into one ending for your first playthrough. And if you want to see the other endings, you have to play it all over again, which we probably won't. I don't really replay games. Like, if it's just like, if nothing much is gonna change, then we probably won't do it. We have other things to move on to. I don't know if it's gonna be like a near automata situation where the first ending you get is literally just the ending of like chapter one, and then the rest of the game will follow. Like, it's like you only experience the tip of the iceberg in Nier Automata once you get to the first quote unquote ending. And it's funny that some people do quit after getting to that ending because like, that's it, the game's over. But it is kind of misleading to call it an ending. Point being, I can see how playing it a second, third, fourth time will possibly make you more invested in what's going on and who these characters are. But right now, it's like these caricatures of friends that we have, they all just seem so, everything just seems so unreal. It's just part of a personal nightmare. And yes, that is a kind of horror. We're operating on nightmare dream logic right now. But no one really feels. Everyone to me right now just feels like a caricature and representation of themes, which is what characters are in stories. But you get what I mean, right? There is a way to write direct, execute the story, to still make the characters feel real. Uh, anyway, those are my current thoughts on it. You looked into the other endings. It's more repetitive than Automata. For sure, big Nier fan here. Aw, okay, that's a shame. I was hoping it was gonna be like Nier Automata, where okay, you repeat the first 2 or 3 hours are the same, but then it goes into a totally different direction, and then this is the rest of the game, and then you can actually go to the new levels and get to the other endings. But if it's just gonna be like, oh, it's the same thing, just choose your ending at the end. I'm just gonna YouTube it if that's the case. Yeah, Route C, right? So it's like, oh, what? I have to play. I was honestly turned off at first with Nier Automata, thinking, oh shit, I have to play it all over again because I rarely replay games. But then people are like, no, no, trust the process. That is just chapter. Think of it as chapter one. You know, ending A is chapter one. I also felt similarly with most recently with Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. Now, while, yeah, it was. It may not have been as drastic a difference with subsequent playthroughs as Nier Automata, but it was still different enough that there were so many new things sprinkled in, though it was in general the same main plot line. And those small things sprinkled in snowballed into totally different outcomes. So that is more like how I experienced Armored Core 6, and I really enjoy that. And it wasn't too painful playing it 2-3 times to get like the quote unquote true endings. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we feel after this. I'm still kind of mixed in terms of everything, like gameplay wise, story wise, horror wise. It's I thought it would be scarier for me personally, but again, horror is very subjective. We are scared by what we are scared by. What scares me might not necessarily scare you. There have been gruesome scenes to watch, but definitely less focus on jump scares, which is what people say would be great, because some people say jump scares are cheap. It because they're more they more rely on instinctive reactions, nothing really to do with the writing. It's like you don't need the context of the jump scare. You just need the jump scare itself, if you get what I mean. Um, it's not necessarily a worse type of horror. It's just this doesn't rely on that. So the realigning my expectations as to what horror is and can be, and what is supposed to be terrifying, not just a yelp of surprise, but a growing disgust with what's going on with the characters, the story. That's also kind of horror, and there are many horrors to be explored here. It's just I don't know how it's all gonna wrap up and what the point is with all the endings. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. You're all just in time. We just started. We have not even started, and we already have another awesome streamer coming in. Bonebreaker85, are you here for finale part 2? Because last time was definitely not the finale, and I apologize for misadvertising all that. I thought we'd be able to finish the game, but here I am yapping again. Don't worry, we're in no rush. You're not big on replaying games either, but not Automata was so worth it. It was. And again, like I would say Automata's not really about replaying. It just there's always a forward momentum, so it never really felt like I was replaying. It is more, this is, you play it once, then you look at the alternate perspective 9S, and then we continue. So it is great. Like, Nier Automata remains one of my favorite games, despite quote unquote being forced to replay it, because it didn't really feel like replaying it. Armored Core 6 as well. But yeah, welcome in Bonebreaker, another awesome streamer who we've known over the years. Been with us on his journey. Glad to have you as part of our community and glad to be part of your community, Bonebreaker. This one here does not do the linear automat thing. According to Twilight Regina, no. Uh, they looked it up. It's just the same thing, more repetitive. So we'll see. But last session we did defeat our father. We set the achievement name for those curious was just shut up for once, Dad. So only like 20 less than 20% of players got this achievement. It's defeating Hinako's father before her mother. Because you fight them both. The monster that my father turned into, it acts the same way he did when he let his anger get the best of him. I didn't even notice that during the last outburst our father had when he was drunk and we called him out on his bullshit, I didn't realize that he chucked a knife at us. And it landed next to Himiko. It got that bad. Like, he tossed a knife and it just landed right beside us. Could have skewered our thigh or something. It was only the curse of fatherhood that made my dad appear human. Curse of fatherhood. This form, his true form, must have been hidden underneath all along. We all have a darkness inside of us. And depending on our upbringing and nature, it is nature and nurture. It is both. And how we respond to that as well. And the kind of support we may or may not have along the way. You know, what they say about these stories, a lot of compelling villains are people you could imagine. If compelling villains are people we could have been if things didn't go our way. The monster that my mother turned into, I'm not even sure she's realized what's happened to her. Always being humiliated and abused, her twisted ideal of happiness. There's no way that she was a human to begin with. Now, this is a bit harsh in that sense because I can totally understand that today, you know, Himiko resentful of her mom allowing this to happen. But as someone who has also been, like me, as someone who's personally been through a toxic and abusive relationship, I can see why Himiko would, for example, if I were like in the mother's position, why she would be resentful of me because basically I was turned into a monster myself. And I wouldn't be confident enough to be able to give, if Hinako was in my life, to be able to give the proper support she needed or to be able to stand up against the abusive partner. Because it's just, from the outside, it just seems so like, why don't you just stand up for yourself? Or why don't you just stop it, right? It's so much more complicated than that once it's seeped into the depths of your very soul, that it becomes so twisted that you become like Kimiko's mother, that you just become part of the system and that you can rationalize it all you want, but those feelings will still remain. Even if you understand the pain intellectually, it does not erase the pain. It's something I recently saw in a post, and it makes sense. And that's a lot of mental health. It's a lot of what mental health is. A lot of people outside will tell you, just get over it. Or what, like, if you explain your mental issues out loudly, a lot of people don't do that because when they do so, a lot of people around them will diminish it because it sounds, when you put it out there, when you say it out loud, it sounds too easy to some neurotypical people or to people who've not experienced what you're experiencing. Like, why don't you just do the thing then? Why don't you just be better? Especially someone diagnosed with ADHD, it's like, you know what you have to do, So why don't you just do it? And it's like, do you think I don't want to do it? I want to do it, but I can't. But they can't understand it. And then they say, I don't get you. Why don't you just do it? It's so easy. Oh my God. Anyway, we're going into this whole mental health chatter now. But anyway, it's triggered by this thing because, yeah, these are Hinako's thoughts. I totally understand. But I can also understand what happened to the mother and why, despite everyone around you saying, this person is not good for you, why are you still with them? It only took years to realize how much I was stretching myself so thin and starting to gaslight myself into remaining and feeling like I deserved this abuse. It got to that point, chat. Like, let's be real. You know, if the themes in this game are heavy, I'm just gonna bring these stuff up, but it's something I'm still trying to disentangle myself from. Where it's my fault, where I deserve this. So Hinako's mother, she did say her mom used to stand up to her father, but then over the years she was broken down by it, both by society and her own husband. All right. So those are some of the themes that have been tackled with. We confronted the father and mother, and then they got eaten by, not eaten, they got destroyed by some monster or whatever. You get some changes in dialogue and cutscenes, but yeah, not really like how Automata does it. Interesting design choice with Hinako's mom. I wonder if you noticed it. it I'm not sure. Is it, well, this thing is similar to what happened to all the female mannequins. Eyes gouged out. We also saw it in the doctor's house. Eyes gouged out. No longer able to see, hear, or think clearly. Uh, is it the outfit? Reduced to a smile and unwilling to see what's in front of her, the embodiment of suppressed women in Japan. They are pushing that. Yeah, you won't find it in there in the journal. You probably see it in the boss fight. Oh, I didn't shoot. I was so focused on defeating our father. I wasn't, again, like, I wasn't really paying attention to the mother. I focused on the father because in my head, like, he was at fault for both of us. So interesting. What is the detail that what since we passed it already? What is the design choice that they had with the mother? Like, my blinders were on. I was saying I need to hone in and defeat this abusive father. The shrines are so weirdly spaced out sometimes. I guess it makes sense because you can't go back. Yo, okay. Spineless. Damn. Okay. Yeah. Symbolic of what Hinako thinks of her. And yeah, and that's one of her prevailing theories right now. Again, I've never played in a Silent Hill. It's just such a personalized nightmare that it's gotta be coming from Hinako. And Bonebreaker had some interesting observations as well in terms of, if we think of it as just a nightmare as a product of Hinako's mind, then things start to make more sense as well. But yeah, spineless. What's tragic about that is she didn't used to be. In one of the journal entries of Hinako, she says that her mother used to try and stand up against her father. But imagine society telling you that doing that is wrong and that a wife shouldn't do that. It's like, how dare you speak out against your abusive husband. How dare you, right? Like, can you imagine what would that do to someone? It's giving me Signalis vibes. Man,
Incredible. All of them.
these foxes aren't even trying to hide their bestial nature now. In the official art, thank you for sharing that, Regina. I would not have noticed that because they're always facing you and you're like focused on trying to survive. But I like these things, like all the details you notice in official artworks. Family physician log. February 13th dawn. Mr. Hidetoshi and his wife have passed away, one after the other. See, what's still intriguing me is that they're sprinkling all these potential real world situations about uh, the lightning, the destruction of the shrine, the curse, the folk remedies mutated, this sickness, unexplained sickness and deaths. So, like, if it's too dreamy or nightmarish, where whatever the writers can do anything, it kind of takes me out of it personally, because it's like you don't need any reason for things to happen in a dream or nightmare scenario. Like, you could just write anything you want and then explain it away as, I don't know, it's some deep psychological trauma of the character. But the fact that they're sprinkling these little things about, okay, there's stuff going on possibly in the real world or what happened in the real world, it just kind of adds credence to the nightmare that we're producing in our head. I don't know. That's just me. Like, I'm intrigued by the real mystery in the real world. Happy to share info with anyone who will listen because it's such a cool detail. I appreciate it, Regina. I'm pretty sure there's so many details here I'm not picking up, and a lot of interpretations that might be flying over our head. And as Bonebreaker said, it leaves a lot to interpret. So yeah, like, I still don't know what is exactly going on, right? Which is a good thing. I'm not lost, unconfused. It's more I'm intrigued by the mystery. So at time of death, the skin all over their bodies was covered in sores and had begun sloughing off. The smell was indescribably awful. I could not bear to take a closer look. The head of the house did not give permission to perform autopsies on the bodies. Again, this thing. There will be no funeral and they will be sent to be cremated immediately. February 14th, midnight. The eldest son has passed away. Again, there will be no funeral and the body will be sent away for cremation. The eldest and second born daughters are also experiencing symptoms that are worsening by the hour. I believe they will be in critical condition by tomorrow at the latest. A lot of messed up stuff happened in this house. Eh? Oh. Damn it. Oh, a hound. Oh! Cutest. Slightly restores current max sanity after defeating enemies. Best Omamori. Ugh, I like these though. Whoa, 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 whoa. Your souls are mine. And the spirit realm is slowly getting more and more messed up. The facade that Fox Mask or this realm, it's showing its true colors, essentially. It's the same. You put your best foot forward, right? You lure in your prey. And then once you have that prey, you just remove the mask and your true monster shows. They don't even care anymore about tidying up or hiding things. It's like, I already have Hinako. Why do I have to pretend to be Prince Charming? Sealed with a talisman. How do I do this again? Focus? Yeah. Housemaids, though. Shortly after I became their maid, there was talk of an arranged marriage for the young heir to a noblewoman. This led to the heir unceremoniously ending all his scandalous relationships with women, including one with a young housemaid named Sachi. Sachie? Sachie came from a family of poor farmers, but her beauty shone brighter than the sun, something that had caught the young heir's eye. By the time his marriage was being arranged, she already had a life growing inside her, and the two had made vows to run away and start a new life together. And yet, the young heir cruelly and wantonly cast her aside. Likely, he simply did not want his prospective marriage to be ruined. So, the Tsunekis kicked Sachie out and drove her to some far off place where they could forget her existence, despite the peace of the family she carried with her. People say that she was fighting back tears so hard that blood began to trickle from her eyes. That's terrible. I keep thinking I'm missing lore bits. How do I break the seal? Oh, now it works. Black Sparrow crest, a badge with something carved into it like a black sparrow.
Black Sparrow.
Is that us now? Heed revelations and find the crests. There's so many places to put it in, though. Where was it here? Let the line of foxes guide you. Uh... Oh, new character stuff. Dad. I've heard that Dad used to be a fisherman when he was younger and would go on long fishing trips way out at sea. He managed to save up enough money during that to open up a restaurant, a place where he could put his skills with a knife to use. It didn't work out though. Not only did he lose all his savings, he took on new debt too. Now, he spends his days drinking his life away in this sleepy little town that's a long way from the sea. It's funny because in the note we picked up from the Nightmare Realm or whatever, on his table, it said like, "Congratulations, you have no more debts." Now he spends his days drinking his life away in this sleepy little town that's a long way from the sea. He never even tries to cook anything anymore. It's only when he complains about mom's food that he pretends to be some kind of important chef. I used to think it was just my dad who was like this. But after listening to all the married women around here complain, every man seems just as bad. All their husbands are just as short tempered, just as violent, just as useless, and do just as little help to help out their wives. That's why stereotypes came about. After learning this, every grumpy looking old man in town I see reminds me of him. When I think that I was born and raised just to support these horrible tyrants, I lose all hope. If everything works out, they're going to give my father a lot of money. Oh, they did. I'm sure he's desperate to use it to pay back his debts. My father is selling me to pay back his debts. Well, oh. If everything works out, they're going to give my father a lot of money. A dowry, maybe? Or is this why her sister was married off? Did we even have a sister? Is it just us? Our cycles? Us in a previous cycle? Uh, knew it? Knew what? We were sold? We were married off? So if our sister doesn't exist and that's just us, we're married off. For a large dowry. A woman's happiness begins with marriage. She told me that every opportunity she got. I heard this before as well. In real life. It's not a joke. Am I supposed to believe that she's actually happy with the life she has now in this house? Today, my dad threw a knife. That's a detail we missed earlier. It got stuck in the tatami mat. There are chips and dings all over the house. Every last one is from when he threw something. Is that what happiness is to my mother? Seeing her house in such a sorry state and full of scars? Okay, light. What do you put it here? More emblems. Wait, we can go back?
Banquet. Has it come to a close?
When Hinako got so pissed at her dad, I wondered what would have happened, and I thought maybe he sold his daughter to a brothel or something to the guys he got indebted with. Oh shit. You're right on the money. If not that, more yeah, that or married off somewhere. Dang. That's messed up. Housemaid's note. The Tsunekis are the most notable family in this area and are known for their wealth. For generations, each head of the hence the parallel story here about the arranged marriage. The Tsunekis are the most notable family in this area and are known for their wealth. For generations, each head of the family has possessed a talent for business, an acumen they have utilized during times of social unrest to amass a large fortune. However, given that a great many suffered while they grew rich, their actions have often drawn envious eyes. When I first entered into service for the Tsunekis, my grandmother shared some of the many rumors that swirl around the family. Each time the world falls to pieces, the Tsunekis' treasury only grows larger. The Tsunekis are happily waiting for misfortune to strike so they can line their pockets. And maybe her mom was playing it down because something similar happened to herself. That's why she ended up with Hinako's father, maybe. Yeah, maybe, right? Her family got a big dowry and her family was happy and she was willing to bear that sacrifice, right? Her family is probably down on hard times. And just like the Tsunekis here, they capitalize on those misfortunes. And the mother was like, sure, I'll be wed off as long as my family gets to eat. And then the cycle continues. Again, though, I'm getting so frustrated by the repetitiveness of the gameplay. But I'm gonna just say it's part of the story. You're meant to feel lost and confused, and everything's repetitive and a cycle. I'm pretty sure it means something deeper. Vivi, welcome in. Can I find a cat for you? I do have a cat for you. Thank you for redeeming that, Vivi. I appreciate it. Maya appreciates it. Thank you for bringing the cat tax today. First Alan Wake, gameplay got me really frustrated. The story did not make up for it. I was thinking of Alan Wake 2, and by the very nature of the story, no spoilers, but they wrote themselves into that kind of gameplay. I wasn't too frustrated by it, but I think I know what you mean. Like Alan Wake 1, the gameplay was pretty divisive, and I thought it slightly overstayed its welcome. But overall, I did enjoy Alan Wake. But I get that it wasn't for everyone. The light and gun combat. Because you mentioned that the gameplay loops starts to frustrate you here. Yeah. But in Alan Wake, like if we're talking about narrative gameplay loops, like narratively enforced gameplay repetitiveness, let's just call it that. I never felt as frustrated as in Alan Wake 2. Again, they're very different stories. Maybe your mileage may vary. How are you doing, Vivi? Hope the job hunt's been doing well. I'm waiting for the coffee to kick in, but we're speculating, we're ruminating, we are deciphering this game story. Hopefully, we'll finish it today. Strict Mother's Letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. It's the same mother. Your real last name is Tsuneki. Oh, okay. So this is more quote unquote real world lore. We help this guy, this kid, like Hinako helped this kid who moved away. They moved away because they were sent away. That boy's mother was the mistress of the powerful family in the village. Anyway. Good morning, my handsome boy. Your real last name is Tsuneki. It is told that those of the Tsuneki lineage are destined to bring good fortune when the world is in disorder. But this kid was literally moved out. So, in fact, that is how your father earned succession to the Tsuneki lineage. And you, who have inherited your father's noble blood, are sure to be next in line. To make your name, I took one character from your father's name and one character from mine. That way, when anyone from the Tsuneki family hears your name, they'll immediately know you are our child. Or am I getting details mixed up? I don't know. No shrine when I need it. Fun. It's like a... It's a candle! The curator from X33 took some bad drugs. I'm trying to understand the reference. You're right, Expedition 33. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry, X33, like X Lab 33 from Stalker. No. Expedition 33, the curator. I get you. Yeah, and most of the creatures here have no face. Like dreams or nightmares, right? Yeah, the missing face. Like in dreams or nightmares, some people are often faceless in dreams and nightmares.
This isn't the right way, is it?
I don't know, man. I'm just opening doors. I can't freaking. What? Unleash my fury.
Don't try to stop me.
Did we win? Yeah, I think we won. White Sparrow.
Innocent and afraid.
Wonder why these are important. Ritual. Ritual items. We have one more crest. Feeling in a gacha mood. Or stamina recovery speed and greatly shortened out of breath duration. Yeah, sounds good. Next door. Yo, it's a party in here. Serpent? No, I do not. Sad. Uh, ah, cutie. Uh, huh? We'll try to pull for the serpent then. It's an SSR pull. My gotcha luck is already used up on Uno though. Speaking of which, we're gonna be playing the new 2.7 finale. Renacita finale. Wuthering Waves. That'll be next session. Edgiest character in the game, Galbrena. Sacrificed once and for all. Body and soul made pure by rebirth. Offer all that is yours. Be the perfect woman for this man.
I offer all of me. I belong to Otoyuki. I am.
Oh, she said something in the middle. It's like we're just repeating the same thing though. It's like well, visually it is getting more gruesome though. Like he's not hiding his nature anymore. What is the point of that scroll though? Are we supposed to go this way? What do those characters mean? The societal expectations again. Oh, fudge. Welcome back from the ad break. We're just dealing with society's expectations again. Yo, what's up, Vanua? We're in the spirit realm once again. Looking for crests once again. To purify ourselves once again. got jump scared by the language owl on drops. I don't know what's going on with Duolingo. Like, I see that owl in every channel. Like, what's going on? And I heard that there's gonna be a Duolingo anime. Their marketing team needs a raise because they really turned the Duolingo owl into a character. Oh, now you show yourself. Junko!
Forgive me for interrupting.
Oh, they know each other,
But
okay.
I wish to speak with Hinako for just a moment. May I?
Of course.
Did you kill it? Is it gone?
Yes.
Is it gone?
What?
What are you?
I see. For today only. This will be our little secret. But if it happens to remain alive even after today, as your sister, I'll kill you if I must. For his sake as well.
For his sake as well?
Shall I give you two a bit more time?
She didn't even leave. What the fudge?
No. You've given us plenty. Thank you, truly.
Did you have a good discussion?
Yes.
Then we should press on.
Baba. Framing of that. Trapped by both sides. Sister. Inari. Trapped in the middle. Clear framing. Fox mask crest. A badge with something carved into it. Looks like a fox mask. Yeah, I don't know what it was. It looked like an owl or something. The sister's mask or some messed up bird. Maybe she's the black sparrow and we are the white sparrow. I don't know. Sitting without power due to missile strike, but there were a bit of sun sufficient for a phone and net. Electric promised to fix it in a couple of hours. As always, glad to hear that you're safe, Vanua, and that despite all that, thank you for tuning in. Stay safe.
This must be your insignia.
My God, can we finally move on? Alright, let's try to get the serpent. Serpent pull. Turtle. Another one. Let's go. Crab. Become crab. Weapon durability will not decrease while using focus. Okay, that's pretty cool. If our weapon had durability in the spirit realm, but we don't need it. We are foxy. All right. Solve the mural puzzle. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crests, lay bare your soul. So there's a gold one on the lantern. But why are there so many? Why is this only showing that? Or is that just you can place the crests in any of these things? It's not. That's not the solution. It's just Flavor. All right. Prove your intent with the crests 3. Show what lies deep within your heart. The innocent sparrow. Hmm? I don't know. The fox. No good. Are these the right spots? Oh, I see now. I see now. Wait, there are 3 lanterns. Wait, let the line of foxes guide you. Fox, bird. If you get a wolf, bear, rabbit, Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never played the Five Nights at Freddy's. No, you reminded us of the bunny ears. They took it away from us. This whole story was because they took the bunny ears away from us, and we want revenge. Intent with the crests 3. Show what lies deep within your heart. Inari, fox. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crests. Lay bare your souls. Let the line of fox guide you. I see now. There are 3 slots moving towards the left. Gotcha. Gotcha. In Japanese culture, right to left. Now, what reveals true in the heart, though? I don't know. There's also this inside. You watch enough game theory to know that these games are nothing for me, and not because of jump scares. Are not for you? Not your kind of horror game? Or maybe it's left or right. Because there's one in the... Okay, there are 3 there are 3 looking to the right. No, 4. Okay, wait. Concept of it's too bothersome. Bothersome. Interesting. It's fun to watch people get scared, but that's about it. It's a game for viewers, not for the player. I hope you're enjoying watching it at least as viewers. It is okay to play. I am enjoying myself. And mostly the speculation and theorizing that I'm enjoying. The gameplay itself is serviceable. Thanks for the lurk, Bonebreaker. I don't know what's... Maybe I'm just not smart enough, chat. Even another one behind there. Let the line of foxes guide you. They're going this way. Is this meant to be for the Fox clan? So many lanterns to choose from. What's inside? Us? Innocent? Protected? Who's leading? Two sides of the same coin? Dude, I don't... Intent deep within the heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. The ones in red. Whose lantern does this belong to? It's a red dude as well. He's pointing, but it's not... He's guiding by pointing, not the lantern. All the lanterns that are guiding. But what's the point here? Like, where does it go? At the head, the fox. Looks like he's offering the lantern. Fox Clan. Pointing the way. Being offered Innocent Sparrow. Black Sparrow been there for the whole time? I don't... Is this just me or is this just not enough clues? The picture in the background, I don't think that's a hint to the solution. It's just our personal sketch. Or is it suggesting that something has to be in the fan, a lantern, and the Mikoshi? The annoying thing is the contextual, context sensitivity. Alright. Feels like it belongs on the crest belongs on the fan. I think we're inside, right? Our sister. But everything's on the left. What about everything on the right? It feels like can't neglect those. We already tried this configuration with dark side, light side. We tried the sparrows outside and then fox inside. Jesus. The line of foxes guide you. To the right, left. Why is this one moving the other way? Why are these two moving the opposite direction? Three people looking, no, four people looking to the right. But this one looks like he's guiding. It's a lead guide. Princess Fox and the Mikoshi. What's that supposed to be? A mirror? Does it mean anything that these people are moving the, or seem to be moving the opposite direction? There are too many permutations to this. I'm not gonna get anywhere. I need to really think about this. I can't be missing a clue. This is it. The ones actively guiding? Looks like it belongs to his emblem at the back, the crest. He's pointing. Is it saying that way? This guy's saying this way. But what is it? Black or white sparrow? And we are inside? If we are the white sparrow. God, we're never gonna finish the game. The answer's probably so stupidly easy and I'm just overthinking it. Or I just can't get it. Prove your intent with the 3 crests. Intent. Okay. We have to show what lies deep within our heart. Is that a mirror? Is that what it's supposed to be? Deep within your heart. What lies deep within your heart? Fox? Offer the crests, lay bare your soul. Let the line of foxes guide you. What am I not seeing here? I think I'm hung up on let the line of foxes guide you. It's a long line. Let me get here. These sussy foxes going against the grain. Everyone else moving to the left. That which is not on a lantern. There's that. There's the back. Everything else is in a lantern. 2 that are outside of it. 1 on a fan though. Ritually, is this meant to be like the leader with the fan with the leader? Would I understand it better if I were more versed in, I don't know, Oinari culture? I don't know what I'm not seeing. Prove your intent with the crests 3. Show what lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crests and lay bare your soul. I'd like to lay bare my soul if you're a bit clearer, Fox Mask. Is this supposed to be a reflection of her true self? Is this what we're supposed to be outside? Everything that is not on a mask. Everything that is not on a lantern. Actual leader. Black Sparrow. Reflection of herself. Fox. Black Sparrow pointing the way. Celebrating the White Sparrow. What other options did we have? Fox Mask. Clan Fox. True Self Black Sparrow. Switch it with white. What other permutation did we not do with the non-lanterns? Or does it have to be a mix of both? Because there are 3 non-lantern locations, we have 3 crests. Let the line of foxes guide your way. What combination didn't we try for the non-lanterns? We put the fox mask on every one and swapped out the sparrows. I think we did all the permutations already for that.
Saying hi from work jail. No audio haha but have fun.
Wonder. Where is that? Weird. Some emotes are not. Huh? What happened to my ponder emotes? Weird. Couldn't find it. So stuck. Is it just a line of thinking I'm not thinking of? Or is there really just not much to go on? Fuck it. Man. If anyone has any idea, or not to give us the right answer, but if people are also stumped by this or having speculations, feel free to chime in. Like if you don't know the puzzle and are also wondering what it's about. I'm just wondering what that's supposed to be. It's like a mirror or something. I'm just keep thinking this is supposed to be our true self or something. Is this a well-designed puzzle? I don't know. Am I just too stupid, chat? I need a good hint at this point. Did we already try this? Let me out. I'm tired of this puzzle. There was another hint. We were literally trying to solve the puzzle without having all the information. Just needed to take a step back and look at the other side. This is what we needed, because this is the solution. It didn't look like it was incomplete, chat. The black bird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. He notices not the two birds in conflict. This is the solution. It was below, because if we got this first and this appeared below, I would have seen the top and be like, "Oh no, we don't have all the pieces yet." But we got the top one first, which made me think that, all right, this is it. This is all we're getting. But then we get the freaking solution in the second half. Fudge. Sorry for wasting your time, chat. Well, I wasn't wrong. We were missing something. We just needed that one more piece of the puzzle. Blackbird wishes to take the white bird. Resists. No. But this one doesn't pay attention, leads his followers in triumph. He notices not the two birds in conflict. That's cool. And then we have Blackbird wishes to take the white bird. Blackbird wishes to take the white bird, but white bird resists. He's giving it. That's giving it. Resist though. This one looks like it's pointing. Wait. Was there an indication that it is wrong? I don't know how to feel about that. I guess maybe that's partly a me problem because I didn't look at this thinking that this was the only clue. Lore bits are easily missable, sure, but they're also not essential to solving the puzzle. But like where the cheese is in order to progress the story or give all that you need to solve the puzzle. Like, there was absolutely no way we were going to solve that just with this. We were trying to come up with our own interpretation of like the story. And our mind went all sorts of directions. But we needed this to align our interpretations. This is basically the solution. And it's on the left, and we just didn't look at it. And we wasted like half an hour. Fox Mask is probably like, girl, you okay? Was that puzzle too hard for you? No, you just didn't look hard enough. This reminds me of Shoes room.
This is yours. Now you as well.
Oh, we are getting married.
Now then, shall we begin?
Yes.
Why didn't it fit? Oh, we mixed it up? What is the point of us making a mistake? What does that mean? It doesn't fit quite right in, and
This is the final rite.
he has a solution to our problems.
It's because of you that I made it here.
Soon, all will be complete.
Was a little gesture meant to mean that he gives us direction and clarity? Because we don't feel like we fit in. And so he hands us the piece. Solar and lunar eclipse. 2 portals open. Doors to a secret world. Oh, they got goopified. Our parents.
Took everything. You took everything. Everything from me! All of this is your fault!
Who? Dark Us? Fog Monster? Who is us? I don't know.
You're going to suffer!
Oh, are we like Fox mode but outside?
It's all your fault!
Your fault? Are we blaming ourselves?
I won't let you get away with this! Never! Never!
Oh. Be gone, pervert! Dodge too early. Is there time to look for lore, or is it just final confrontation time? No, our axe!
I want everything standing in my way dead!
Yep. She's angry. That's the rage. Also partly a product of her own upbringing in the household. I don't blame her. Rage. Rage against everything and burn everything down, Hinako. This world is unjust and unfair. Your father was an asshole. Your mother didn't stop him. Everything must burn. Good job trying to scare me.
Look at this! It's all a mess! Give it back! Give back everything you've taken from me! I'll slaughter you!
Who are you? Can I just ignore them? Hello? Oh, that's just effects. No, not her. I have to deal with more mobs. One more. Frudge. Didn't have enough stamina. Oh. Are you talking to yourself, Hinako?
You're going to suffer! It's your fault. It's all your fault! No! No! Leave my town alone! You took everything I cared about from... Now try to take me!
Is that us?
I'm not going to make this easy for you!
Oh, we really are dead. Shimizu Hinako, last seen wearing colored uniform, colored skirt, details of disappearance, left home, met with wearing a... Yeah, there was that man. The creepazoid. The one who was like, you're becoming a woman now.
End up like this. Ever.
Occam's razor.
Fight! It's either you or me!
So a man manipulated us,
Come back here and face me!
preyed on us when we were most vulnerable. So many things going on. Spider greatly decreases weapon durability consumption. Letter from the hospital, Prefectural University Hospital, Department of Psychiatry. Mr./Mrs. Igarashi. Test results. We have compiled the test results for Igarashi Sakuko below. Results, no abnormalities found. Observation, shows characteristics of mild autism. All other test results were within normal range. 3 notes. It is not unusual for pubescent children to claim that they can see and hear things that are not real. As they mature, these issues tend to resolve themselves on their own. So I believe there is no need for concern, she says to Chunibyo. Regarding her fear of the dark, her response is proper and natural. Continuing to scold her may only worsen her condition. Please do not trouble yourself over Sakuko. Simply raise her with love and affection and let her mature at her own pace. Open the Igarashi residence's mailbox. A federal offense achievement. So there was stuff we missed. And we have to find it in the midst of all of this. In the midst of all this chaos, I am searching for answers and lore. You took everything from me! We're... Oh no, dead end. What do we do? Literally cannot move. Cannot see either. Amazing. Oh, now we're out.
You did this to me. So now I'm going to destroy all of you.
Die, pervert. Oh, that seems to be the way out. Okay. It's just us. Our ideal self. Or Junko.
My father. My mother. You're gonna pay for
I suspected this would happen. What you are doing is incredibly rude. But then, you should already know that by now. Kill her! Kill her! Do it!
So she's talking to.
This is for your own good. Now die.
Mission success. This is the path of self-preservation. I refuse. So this is the origin of that fog monster, I guess. Proceed to the worship hall. No. I mean, there might have been a secret. Kill your other self.
Oh my. She truly is a vision.
Child of the mortal world, you are most fortunate.
Dude sounds like straight out of Persona. Welcome back from the ad break.
Feeble bride.
Welcome. May you find peace in the days ahead.
That's our audience. Our witnesses. And they always make it so that through her body language, she's just kind of uncertain. She takes a glance and she just follows. So like she doesn't really understand the significance of these things. She's just following along with what the Foxman does. Again, like the glance, like, should I take this? She's too young to understand. So if this is representative of what happened to the real Hinako, with the older manipulative man. Because he makes her feel certain and safe. Okay, we're going to the underside. The reverse. Ugh. Oh, I hate that trypophobia. That's so gross. And yet, plants actually have that in the real world. Okay, so yeah, it is ourselves. So
Now say your farewells.
we fully kill off
I
our old
sincerely
self.
hope you find happiness. Truly.
It's very similar to Fox Mask. Say your farewells. Hmm. There are two.
Town. It's beautiful.
There are two foxes inside of us. Which one will win? Don't go that way. So it's not exactly. Well, if there are two foxes inside of us, there are probably two foxes inside of Junko as well. Again, if we're going back to gender discrimination and gender roles, the woman society expects us to be and the woman we ourselves are. So this may be the good side of Junko trying to warn us. Oh no.
Do not get in my way.
Or not Junko, the dolls are another Hinako. It's our doll, after all.
Yes. This is my
decision.
Is that it? The story is just... It's broken, nothing inside. Predator wins? Is that what it is? Otter. Oh. Probably should have shaved that for doing this. There's a certain beauty to this after all. What did the back of the box say? Beauty and horror. Will you succumb to the beauty and horror? You won't be able to see your father or mother anymore. So it's like our younger self telling us not to go with that man. I try to dodge that. So brutal, the foliage even censored us.
Don't try to stop me. Time to go home.
So now Fox Hinako is the one returning home outside of the spirit realm.
The world is celebrating me. I should go see my parents.
And the last vestiges of Hinako, Shimizu Hinako. That is the last barrier of entry, I guess. Gone is Shimizu Hinako. Long live Hinako. Fudge. I can't freaking dodge. Freaking terrain.
Get out.
And I wonder if this also like this faith, which seems not very faithful at all, a literal faith currency, how it narratively kind of demeans that faith in a way. I guess like it's we stop thinking of it as praying and more as just leveling up, counting our blessings and leveling up. Like we just do it because we want to feel more powerful. And the fact that these shrines are still all over the place, kind of like a bastardization of that. I don't know. Am I reading into this game too much? Willow enhances the effects of items and omamoris that restore sanity. Alright, younger rational self, what now? You won't be able to stay as you are now. that last one's counterable.
I'm warning you. Don't try to stop me.
Just punch that into the stratosphere. Fox punch. More. Is this you trying to stop us? Shimizu Hinako. That is so dumb of me. Saw it come from a mile away, didn't do anything about it. Oh shit. We were too close for him to hit us. Nice.
Almost there. Almost home.
It's like we're returning back to the focal point of this whole mess. Home is where the heart is. Again, it really is beautiful in some way. Father and mother. Alright, you ready for this, chat? Are we gonna rip them apart again? No. I need to explore. Oh, it looks like a face. We've accepted what society expects of us. We are the perfect ideal woman. Such as a good girl.
Hinako. Our beautiful
Yeah, we got married off and they got the dowry.
Come on, dear. Look at her.
The debts are gone. He sold us off.
This isn't your home anymore. Even if you come back alone, I won't expect to be let inside.
Is that supposed to be a good thing? Like you belong to a man now? Oh, this is what we saw. It's the cycle. Okay, we closed the loop. Now what? The path of exaltation. I accept. There's more! Such a messed up situation though. Like, remember that note? That kind of gave me the ickies. The note from that man. Help Shimizu Hinako. Please. There's a battle for our soul, chat. The battle for our very soul. Objective, proceed. No point in turning back now. Ooh, what's here? Yeah, good catch. I didn't really fit the pieces together until like later on, thanks to you guys. About the... Wait a minute. His debts were paid off? How? Oh, because this. Because that? He sold us off to that icky man. So the thing with the father, like, this isn't your home anymore. Don't expect to be let in. Maybe that's like a, I don't know if I missed it culturally, but maybe it's one of those jokes, right? Like, oh, you're married. Haha, this isn't your home anymore. You're not welcome here. Joke, joke. Maybe that is it. But those are like tears of happiness or something. But also one of regret. I don't know. Like, he probably knows it's deep down it is morally incorrect, but since society validates him, it's fine to marry off your daughter in exchange for money. And the mom's happy because, hey, we don't have to suffer anymore. We're rich. As if that'll solve their problems at home. Still stuff again, the game is so on the nose, but also I still don't know what to expect. I keep saying that. It's a good thing. It's like, yeah, their themes are very blatant.
Twists and turns. It's like I'm walking through my head.
Oh, now she acknowledges the map design and the gameplay feeling. Twists and turns, mazes upon mazes, keys upon keys, crests upon crests, repeating itself over and over and over. When will we be out of this dark place? Just Alan Wake all over again. Or was Alan Wake inspired by Silent Hill? I don't know. I mean, neither of these games hold exclusive rights to this kind of concept, right? Nothing is original these days, but I just can't help but compare it because we played Alan Wake 2 first. So that is one of my point of references. It just feels like Alan Wake 2 again. In a good way. When we take control, of course. Good one. That is the solution. Just take control. Throw shit with your mind. Become Federal Bureau of Control Director. Become Director of the FBC. Take control of your life. Now things are blending. I just realized it now. We've swapped places. Okay, that's nice. Like those little touches. Remember the 360 rotation shot? 180 degree rotation shot. Top shot, rotating. We literally switched sides. That was cool. thinking about it now. I just realized it now. Oh yeah, we are Shimizu Hinako, who is high school Hinako. Shimizu Hinako is now in the spirit realm with these weapons and durability and shit. And Hinako, ideal bride monster, is in the real world, quote unquote. I just realized it now.
Now you'll help me destroy it all, won't you?
So Shimizu Hinako, traveling the path of most resistance, seeing the wear and tear on her. Whereas Hinako, giving in to everything. Easy happiness, they say. But at what cost? But then we had weapons with no durability. We had awesome powers. All of that, you know? There are benefits to it, but we were mutilated beyond recognition and abused and manipulated and no longer free. So choose your path. Oh, this is some Mortal Kombat, Ash.
Because you asked for it.
Round 1. Fight. That's all you got? Spirit realm? I'm here to burn your house down and take down everything that is wrong in society. Victimizing young girls like us. It's all coming down now.
You're in my way again.
Exactly.
I'll keep doing this. I'll paint this place red with your blood.
She sounds so familiar, chat. I need to check. Is this River City Girls? Kaylee Mills? I might get spoiled though. I don't wanna. Chat. I don't want to get spoiled. If you don't mind, if anyone's there, who is the voice of English Shimizu Hinako? I was already told that English Fox Mask is Kalas from Honkai and Shu is Dan Hung from Honkai. Who is English Shimizu Hinako? Round 2.
Get out of my way.
Fight! Yeah! Get away, pervert! Ugh. Grossest monster in the game. Trying to grope me again. Well, if we finish the game today, we'll look at the credits. Ooh, our sledgehammer's back, chat. Welcome home, sledgehammer. All is right in the world now. We can now destroy the foundations of this terrible society. Smash it down with a sledgehammer. Have it all crumbling down like a house of cards. We are powerful now. We are unstoppable. The cycles have led us to this point. Previous iterations of Hinako have opened this way for us. Now the sledgehammer is in her hands. Our fate is in her hands.
This is it. No turning back now.
Game literally telling us this is the point of no return. Supplies as well. You heard somewhere that Big Hammer for some reason is archetypically female weapon for some reason? Oh, really? Interesting. I don't know if that's if they were thinking about that when they gave her a sledgehammer. Interesting. Now are we just looking for patterns here, or because yeah, I can immediately think of a bunch of female characters with large hammers. Harlequin, Herta, Gaia, now Shimizu Hinako. Mario. Interesting. Which culture is this rooted in? Like, which pop culture? Anime? Oh, and Emma. Who's even giving us this faith? Well, look at that. Because we kept drawing Omamori, we don't have enough for... Oh, we have enough for sanity. It's better than nothing, I guess. Honestly, not sure. Need to find again. But thank you for the insight. I did not know, but now that you mention it. Representative of female empowerment. The sledgehammer. Maybe because it is so against type. It's like Gap Moe. It's like... You can see it. Like... Your initial instinctive reaction when you see young high school girl and then she starts wielding a giant hammer, right? Typically you would associate that giant hammer, or you would expect it on a more muscular, masculine form. But then you give this what on the surface may project femininity, softness, and in the toxic culture here, weakness, right? It's a way of showing we can smash your shit up, you know? And that contrast is there to subvert those expectations and subvert gender roles. Are we reading it too much into the game again? Maybe. But that's an interesting insight. Thanks for sharing that. Fuck, we didn't have enough. Fine. Nice and even. All leveled up, one each. That satisfies my OCD. balanced and symmetrical, as all things should be. Retreading old ground, but it's a different filter now because we are Shimizu Hinako. And this place seems empty and desolate and not holy at all. You heard it, chat. There's no turning back now.
Let's do this.
Shimizu Hinako. She has named herself now. Kitchen knife. In the eye of Inari. Shimizu Hinako doll. Or Good Junko doll. Why are you hugging Inari? Man, I'm still dreading the real world reveal though. If we were just sold off to a serial killer or something. Serial predator and killer. She's in hugging, she's stabbing. Another great insight. Absolutely correct. It's like, you got this. Stab it in the eye. I will. Doll, childhood doll. And a remembrance of who we are. Axe. It's choose your weapon day. Yo, even more stuff. We have so much healing now, chat. And toolkits. May thy blade chip and shatter. Not in this world. Is that everything? Is that everything, chat? No, it's not. Alright, now we're ready. Time to stab the patriarchy in the eye. Or smash their skulls open with our cutscene pipe. It's like Skiff's cutscene Makarov. It's all the places we've been through. Well, Hinako. Woman Hinako. So we were like paving the way for Shimizu Hinako. Kind of. Seems like it. We didn't have to go through all those goddamn trials again. We just waltzed straight in. Is this part of the plan, Shimizu Hinako? Did your other self lay this foundation for us? Because only we can break free from this madness. I will not hold my peace. I will interrupt this union with a sledgehammer. If my point wasn't clear enough.
Impossible.
Whoa,
You still cling to life.
she didn't expect this.
Junko, how could you be on their side? You don't understand how I feel.
Calm down. Do you understand why you're here? Think.
I don't know why I'm here.
I don't know. Where am I? I don't like it here. It feels bad. I want to go home.
Uh-oh.
What is that? How long have you been taking this?
Yes, I'm fine. These things help me calm down.
Stop that right now! You shouldn't take those anymore!
Leave me alone.
See, those spills really were sussy. I got kind of minor spoiled by... I think I saw like a way to get one of the endings is don't drink any pills. Screw you, offering, and screw you.
This is what caused it all.
Inari laughing in the background. Feel better? Oh shit. No! We released the fog? No, the fog monster.
You took everything from me.
She's really hell-bent, huh? On killing this other self. I admire her gumption.
Sakuko, Rinko, and Joe. You even took my parents.
It's like an Inigo Montoya moment. Repeating the same thing over and over.
I want myself back.
Nice division here in the shot.
Give back everything you've taken.
Final boss battle against ourselves. Cool transition. No, she's faster. Defeat the Shiro. All right, let's get last minute updates. Nothing. Defeat the Shiromuku. What's a Shiromuku in mythology, in Japanese mythology? Ow! Ew! You will not withstand my... You will not withstand my sledgehammer! Maybe Hinako just wants it to end. I'll put you out of your sub-misery. You're a walking corpse. Blue-eyed foxes are watching. Good catch. Why did I miss that freaking... That was an easy counter and I missed it. Changing the terrain. It's pretty cool how our sanity is not draining. It's like we've accepted that what is in front of us. We are resolved and assured of our cause.
Come on!
Bonk it!
Let's see which one of us lives!
Exactly. I don't know if we're doing the right thing.
I can't. I won't.
Was this unavoidable?
I'm not giving up Hinako. I won't.
Yo, we get unlimited lives. Defy societal expectations. Stay true to ourselves. You are not alone. Yo, we're getting more assistant. You will not tell us what to do! Or what we ought to become. Ugh. Trouble us no more. Squash your problems. Phase 2, phase 2.
I'm done with this ways. I can't. I hate it all. Every part. I'll destroy it all!
She hates the game, chat. We will destroy this game! Ah, run! Red capsules everywhere, scattered everywhere. Oh. Red capsules everywhere. I think
Wait, what is going on?
I think this may be the cause of our hallucinations, chat.
What the hell are you doing? Hey, are you insane?
Wait, we're in the real world now. Oh fuck, it's the red capsules. It's driving us insane. No, they're meant for our headaches, but Shu formulated it with a folk remedy, which in notes that we found may have led to problems. It is for our headaches. But I guess you could interpret it as, you know, this man forcing her to go on the pill or something. But now it seems like we're in the real world and people are... Did I hear it right? They're saying, what's wrong with you? Hey, what are you doing? We're firmly in the real world now, I think. Let's just wait for the ad break, but... Alright. So... Fudge, is it really just that simple? Oh, there's so many things going on. There's the man. There's the whole issue of what our dad did to secure his debts, sell us off, marriage, missing Shimizu Hinako. Was that just metaphorical? Like Hinako was just missing a part of herself and now it's found? Was that not a real missing persons case? It's just our medicine, our meds, just making us go insane. Did we murder our parents? Right? As you said, maybe we bashed the heads of half the city. Maybe. Maybe. But clearly, they're linking it to the pills now.
Leave me. Leave us the hell alone. What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
You're taking this too far!
Shut up! Shut up!
We're just going crazy, chat. Seriously, I was saying in last stream, it's like, if the story is just, oh, she's mentally ill, that's the story, I'd be very disappointed.
Wait, everyone, just hold on. I'll speak to Hinako.
Is that Shu?
Hinako, why? Why are you doing this? I thought I showed you. I understand you. I care for you.
I can't tell apart the male voices in this game. Is that intentional? Are all the men here supposed to sound the same? Who was that? Was that Fox Mask? You know what? I'm popping more pills. Huh? I got 102, huh? Yeah, I got more. Loss of sense of time and place, hallucinations, multiple personalities. They're just throwing it all in a blender. Welcome back from the ad break. We're just literally losing our minds. Red capsules? More. They lead me to my happy place.
Promised to each other, didn't we?
They're all die. None of this is real. None of it. Popping more pills. I'm losing my shit. I'm just making up all those excuses of a man running away. A dark version of me. All of that is just fiction. Just trying to make sense of my own head. I deserve all this. I need more pills.
I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault, Shu. Yeah, you messed up the formulation of these mids.
Stop it! Stop talking like my friends!
Maybe we shouldn't have taken these meds without a proper prescription. I don't even know where we are anymore. Spirit realm, real world, does it all matter? It's even in my head if it's real. That's all that matters, right? What we see, what we perceive, what we believe in. That's all that matters now. It's real to me. Is it gonna be a changing corridors, overlapping realities? As we get closer to the light at the end of the tunnel.
Just need to hold out.
Look at all those pills. It's just the story of being mentally ill. That's unfortunate. So many pills. It's all Shu's fault. Who would have thought? Nah, he didn't mean it. Oh, it's the hospital. Ambulance, it's the police. We murdered half the town. All because of a... what do you call it? Wrong medication. An adverse reaction to the folk herbs. She's back.
Get out of our way!
Our way.
Get out of our way!
Well, that drove me a bit insane. Who is Ryukishi07? Is he a Redditor or something? To be brought to this world, born in shackles she must be. The commandments of the olden days are harder than stone. Seized by the hands at youth, firmly clasp the girl's hands are. Who's the English VA chat? I didn't see. Shrouded by the Caligulous night, what path is for her to take? Susie Young, Shimizu. That's familiar. Shrouded. Can I pause this? Although the scent lingers on. When you reached out to me, that beautiful hand of yours. This is the man, the unknown man that took us away. How it tampered with my heart, affections held long and dear. That's how the first ending is. I'm just gonna YouTube the rest. I cannot go through all that shit again. What maketh one a woman, to be tainted or of sin? From the womb the red rose does seep, for whom such a color flows. My goodness, how tragic. But alas, guilty, yet satisfied. I would get post credits.
Unikawa 2 to HQ. We've got 2 male victims here.
Two male
Same female
victims.
suspect as in the wedding massacre on Route 8.
Wedding
One
massacre?
victim is currently in cardiac arrest.
Kagerocho 1 to HQ. We haven't found the knife used by the suspect at the scene. Chances are good that it's still in the suspect's possession. Better consider her armed. Over.
Attention all apartments. This is HQ. Female suspect is in her 20s and wearing a wedding dress.
20s.
Height is a little over 160 centimeters. Last seen fleeing Tsuneyoshi Shrine. Believed to be armed and highly dangerous. Exercise extreme caution.
Come in, HQ. This is Kagerocho 1. It appears the suspect was observed consuming red and white capsules.
Yeah, see, like I
Scene
got
of the crime.
spoiled because
Kaguracho 1, this is HQ.
I did see a requirement for one of the endings is do not take the capsules.
Over.
HQ, this is Kagerocho 1. Affirmative.
Wait. Okay, so there were 2 scenes of crime. One at the wedding, where we went crazy. So, like at the wedding with a man, maybe. I don't know how different it is. Regina did say that there are slight differences, but it's not like Nier Automata. So I don't feel like going through the whole game again. Playing it, 4 more times or 5 more times. We're just gonna YouTube the different endings. So, oh, another one. Stained in red sunset hues lies the hill, steep deep in silence. Is this the theme song of Silent Hill? Now away from the birdcage, shrouded in the fog. So what's pretty devious is that the pills are given to you as one of your first items, given to you by a friend that you supposedly trust. But when you learn more about what you put in that medicine, it was an irresponsible use of it. But I'm assuming we took that because it makes us feel better, because we live in a society that is exploiting us. So it is partly we were driven insane by society, we're mentally ill, the story. And we were misdiagnosed and not medicated properly. So, mental health issue leading to, yet again, what it seems like mass murder because we're mentally ill, which I don't really like in horror. Which is why in Until Dawn, did you know that they added an extra ending? Those who played Until Dawn will know what I mean. They added another ending because I also felt similar. Like, seriously, that's the cause of this whole madness. It's tragic. It's sad. It's just depends on your threshold of how many more stories of mentally ill killers can we take. You know, I mean, yeah, she didn't have a nice childhood. They're very clear about that. She was abused. She ran away with a man who promised the world to her. Apparently, at the wedding, we went berserk and killed everyone because of everything. And we've been taking these meds provided by our friend who didn't know any better. Which ties into our friend being part of, I believe, that old family who practiced folk medicine. He was trying to mix the both and it just didn't work out. So our character also had mental health issues, probably as a result of nature and nurture, and she didn't get the proper help that she needed. So I need the text log of that initial ending. 2 male victims, 1 female. 2 male victims. Were these just randos or did we kill our friends as well? But they said it's the same as the wedding at something something. So they've been hunting us down for a while now. I'm just thinking, what, because was it a well-written story or was it too blatant and on the nose? I don't know. Or are we just, maybe there's just something we're not getting. Maybe we think we understand, but we don't. Right? Yeah, let's just YouTube the other ending, chat. I can't be bothered to play this game 4 times more. You can now create... don't worry, Bonebreaker. We're going to watch the rest of the endings. Part of it did come true about their predictions. Kind of disappointed by that initial ending. No, I was disappointed by that initial ending. It kind of drove me insane as well. By beginning the new game plus with data from a completed game, you can experience changes to the story and have the chance to fulfill specific conditions to unlock new endings. You'll also be able to play in the hard difficulty setting Lost in the Fog. Things carried over to New Game Plus, faith, stat upgrades, non-puzzle documents, and journal information, but they do change the ending, the codes and stuff. Obtain Omamori and certain key items. So it didn't really ruin the game for me. The spoiler I saw, I don't know, I just stumbled upon it. It is a screenshot of like, don't take the red pills as one of the endings, to get one of the endings. And maybe it isn't futile trying to separate fiction from reality within the world, I mean. Like, I think that clearly there is a reality in this world. The murders, the call, our memories of childhood. But yeah, it really seemed like we were just in a nightmare. And there are times where we just go berserk when it gets too much, and we're reliving that cycle over and over in our head. But in the real world, we're actually killing people. We're actually lashing out at people and killing them and murdering tons of people. Look at all the blood. The feast, the thing we saw, like the feast, it's over. That was apparently relating to our wedding massacre. We killed everyone. They went for replayability, but if the gameplay loop lacks enjoyment, what's the point, right? Yeah. Armored Core 6 was freaking fun to play for me. I freaking love the gameplay of Armored Core 6. So even if it was not as drastic of a change as Nier Automata, I freaking loved Armored Core 6 and I didn't mind playing it all over again. And it didn't take too long. This is like, it took us for our first playthrough 16 hours. But I was yapping and everything. So maybe 12, as they say, how long to beat for one playthrough. And Nier Automata, I also enjoyed the gameplay. Plus, it moved forward. Always. The endings were not endings. They were chapter breaks. So, that comes to mind. I hear Alan Wake 2 similarly has a... It has a true ending now with an update, but we played before the update. But you have to like play the game again just to get the true ending. And in Alan Wake 2, again, it's cycles upon cycles upon cycles and trying to break out of that cycle. But I never saw the true ending because I loved Alan Wake 2. It's just, I wouldn't play it all over again just to get that one ending, especially if it's not that different. So yeah, thank you for the correction, Vanwa. Quoted from the game itself. It's not a cycle. It's a spiral. What is Alan Wake 1? It's not a lake. It's an ocean. And Alan Wake 2, it's not a cycle. It's a spiral. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so 2 sessions ago, I was like, I hope the story is not simply we're mentally ill and that's the cause of all this. But apparently it is. But it's not just the meds. It's not just our mental illness. It's also society that pushed us to do it. It's one of those stories. Mentally ill person gets pushed over the threshold by society and murders an entire wedding and runs off and kills 2 more people and 1 more, probably victims, right? Random victims. That was the last sequence. Like, what are you doing? You're crazy. We were like smashing our way through town at that last point when reality was starting to come to the fore until we take our pills again and go back into the whole ceremonial, this whole thing. But again, what we can piece together from what our understanding of a first playthrough is, it's that we had a terrible childhood with an abusive father and a passive mother who was also broken by society. Above all that, 1960s gender role expectations from society for what an ideal wife or woman should be. And then another aspect was the man who was sending us fragrant messages, coming at a point when in our own life at Hinako, we wanted out of our house. We wanted an escape. We needed a lifeline, Our friends weren't going to provide that because our friends had their own hang-ups, magnified by the nightmare. One was jealous of Shu. Another one was supposedly a crazy person, scared of the dark with Chunibyo fantasies. And one was Mr. Nice Guy, too nice, who probably, now that Spidas brought it up, probably had on a periphery, knew what was wrong, but didn't really do anything about it either. Like addressing the Rinko. It's not totally up to him, right? To address. It's not up to him to solve Rinko's problem. Rinko is also at fault to some level. Middle school feelings, puberty, it's confusing. But Shu thought he was doing what is best for us because he wanted to become a great physician. But he gave us those pills. We self-medicated, which made everything worse. Because probably also in reality, we did see in this town at least something about that red growth, something about that herb in this town probably was the cause of these deaths. And I may be confusing the facts, but the family in power kept blocking off investigations, kept silent about the whole thing, and forced people to be silent about it. And there was that bridge over crisscrossing from tradition into reality. So again, there are many layers to this. Sorry, tradition into modernity. The clash between what society expects of women and what the modern woman can be, right? Still trying to put them into boxes, but they're trying to break free of each other and the push and pull of that in 1960s Japanese society. Have you watched show Mindhunters? No, I have not. My thoughts are all over the place. But again, it is so, the writing, the direction, everything is so freakingly blatant. It's so in your face. But they throw enough of it at us that we can create layers ourselves. It's like, here are the clear, or the ingredients as clear as they can be. Here, cook up your own horror. And you can look at it and focus it on different layers. Whether you want to look at the problems at home, the predatory men in patriarchal society, lacking the proper avenues for support medically, psychologically, emotionally, what it does to someone who is driven into their own headspace with nowhere to go, trapped in that fog, literally trapped in that fog, that mind fog, that brain fog, that emotional fog, and entering fugue states of madness where people around us can and will suffer, unfortunately. There are people who need our help, but they're not getting that help. But even the act of helping them can sometimes cause you harm. And it's a very complex and difficult situation to be in, where you're trying to, quote unquote, fix someone, but it's not entirely your responsibility to do so. But then there are also many things that are out of control or out of their hands. And it's such a delicate situation to go through with it. And it's a reality that meds, the wrong meds at the wrong time and how your body reacts to these meds, that's also led to the world's own share of tragedies. I've known acquaintances who were lost due to a lot of mixed reasons, but what would predominantly come up was their reaction to the medicine, or how whether taking more of it or taking less of it drove them to the point of no return. So that's also another thing in the story, that those pills and how it's not enough, or how it can be your demise as well. And then you can also look at it from, again, like they give you all these clear cut, to my head, clear cut ingredients and explanations, but there are so many layers you can like walk on that it doesn't feel entirely too simple. So those are like my initial impressions after the first ending. I enjoyed it overall. My rough rating would be 7-ish out of 10 for this first ending. But let's watch the other endings, chat. It's about the beginnings of profiling about serial and mass murderers. Judging from what you mentioned, the world Hinako was brought up in was the perfect breeding ground for a broken mind ending up killing everyone. Yeah, that's essentially the story. It is the perfect breeding ground. Not any one element is at fault for Hinako's descent into murderous rampage and madness. And it's a tragic story. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, here. Coming home to roost. Complete the story for the first time. Here are the conditions for the other endings. Here, this is what the spoiler I saw. Didn't take the red capsules. Purified the sacred sword or didn't obtain it. The thing is, we were at the divine roots, but we saw no sword. So again, maybe it's because you were locked into the first ending. Obtain the Agura no Hote Sama. What's that? Next ending. Didn't take the red capsules. Obtain the unpurified sacred sword. Okay, any conditions? You complete 2 different full endings and question mark. And finally, listen to all the UFO radio broadcasts. Found all 3 of the Great Space Invasion movie posters in order after listening to the UFO radio broadcast. So this is like the ending. Aliens. Found the Great Space Invasion movie review after fulfilling the conditions above. If you want to get more out of Silent Hill, I guess this will keep people ending and achievement hunting. But we're going to YouTube the other endings. I look for a nice video that's in English. Silent Hill F English endings. All endings. Good ending, bad ending, true ending, secret ending, UFO ending. This is English. Okay, chat. Thanks to Baby Zone. Wait, how does the game look? Okay, it's still messed up, the town. So as you progress through the game, it is interesting to see this slowly get overrun by the growth. Representative of like the madness just overtaking us, but there's a beauty to it that we can just give in to it and lose ourselves to it. And maybe the fact that it is so, on the surface, it is so simple and clear with its themes and symbology, that's why it allows for a lot of different interpretations from different people, depending on their own lived experiences. And maybe that's what could make it, that's what makes it a good story, maybe? I don't know. Since she is a mad person or has some mental disorder to let her perceive the world in that way, it kind of makes sense to have that forced experience. Yeah, so another prediction that came true for us was that mental blocks, nightmares, semblance of normality, our friends as caricatures. It's like we were just living in a nightmare from the very beginning. And it was slowly getting more and more unhinged. And then suddenly they reveal that the pills are part of it. If that is the reality that happened, all other endings are meaningless, just altering maybe now how things could be, but not changing the fact that this is what happens to Hinako due to lack of proper support and medical care. It is sad. Maybe one of the saddest things about that. Maybe the fact that the game didn't motivate you into playing enough through it again. Well, that's more of a us problem, because again, we rarely replay games, and I didn't find the gameplay particularly not too great. It's not bad, but I didn't find the combat system to be great either. For me, the combat system is not enough to hold up the game. But the other endings, I think, are still worth it because we don't know what the true ending is. We are defaulted to think that they set up our expectations and that the reality hits us in the face because it's what we would expect from a story like this, typically, where it's at the post credits where at the end of a mystery, there's always the reveal, and this must be the truth. This is the tell all. This is the explain all. The police radio chatter shifts our mind back into reality by default, because in our heads, these investigators are the authority. They are investigating this crime and they must have the answers. So I'm interested to see the other endings. And I'm pretty sure the true ending, the writers will probably tell us the true ending is the one you make. Maybe that should have put that as the hidden true ending. The police chatter, the murders, maybe. Let's watch the other endings now. I think it would hit harder. Okay, let's see. So the initial ending, let's get a refresh of that. I didn't pay attention to the radio chatter because there was just so much going on. All right. The radio chatter.
Unikoa 2 to HQ. We've got 2 male victims here.
We've got 2 male victims here. Same female suspect as in the wedding massacre on Route 8. Note male victims.
Same female suspect as in the wedding massacre on Route 8.
Wedding massacre on Route 8. So an infamous wedding massacre. That was the feast that we participated in the dream. In the spirit realm. Let's still call it the spirit realm.
1 victim is currently in cardiac arrest.
Kagerocho 1 to HQ. We haven't found the knife used by the suspect at the scene. Chances are good that it's still in the suspect's possession.
Knife, kind of representative of what was handed down from her father. The toxicity, the anger, the rage, the abusiveness. Those who are abused in a relationship or in the household, there is a possibility that they perpetuate that cycle, that generational trauma. So when the father tossed that knife beside us, that was like the straw that broke the camel's back. We probably took that knife out of anger and ran away with this man because of what happened in the household. The predator was already in whatever. We were already sold off. And it was just all fudged up from there. And then we just lost it. We killed everyone in the wedding. And
Better consider her armed. Over.
Attention all apartments. This is HQ. Female suspect is in her 20s and
20s wearing a wedding dress.
Height is a little over 160 centimeters. Last seen fleeing Tsuneyoshi Shrine. Believed to be armed and highly dangerous. Exercise extreme caution.
Come in, HQ. This is Kagrocho 1. It appears the suspect was observed consuming red and white capsules at the scene of the crime.
Kaguracho 1, this is HQ. Did the capsules match the ones discovered at the wedding venue? Over.
HQ, this is Kagrocho 1. Affirmative. Collected capsules that the suspect dropped.
Heh. Is this a Matrix reference? This is what ending 2. Alright, this is uncharted territory now, chat. It's gonna be a while. This is 40 minutes. Maybe we can skip some. Oh! Wait.
You took everything from me.
No, I didn't.
Oh, this is different.
Sakuko, Ringo, and you.
Not taking the red caps, not taking the red medicine.
My parents.
It's not like you can't see them. They can still visit you. It's just not like when you were a kid anymore.
They can still visit you. They can still visit you. So we were like what, committed? Or sold off to that man? That's the one where she fights back the Toxic Fox version. Most of the endings seem to have the requirement that you do not take the red pills. But she always fights back. It just depends on how badly she loses. Like in the first ending, she does fight back against the Toxic Fox version. Here, she's fighting back again, but Toxic Fox version is clearer and it's talking back now.
Shut up, you monster! I want myself back! Give back everything you've taken!
Sorry, me.
Sorry, me.
But everything you're feeling right now, I'm ready to face it all.
Why was that funny to me? What's that? Huh?
Hinako, take this elixir.
Fox mask actually helping us?
Whoever possessed
No.
something so foul and resisted it for so long. Curse you.
What have you done to Hinako?
But he made us go through the rituals. Oh, that's the second time he's done that. I forgot that he did that. This is probably the man.
Hinako,
The fragrant man. Yo, baseball bat? Who's this? Are you gonna beat up Fox Mask? Shoo! Shoo! Beats up fragrant man.
Why are you protecting him? I swore that I'd keep you safe. Don't you trust me? It's always been the two of us!
Yeah, but your meds fucked us up, man.
I wanted for us to be together. Like we always were.
Yeah.
We can't. Don't you see that?
Again, the line between fiction and reality. Nightmares, dreams being a product of reality. A version of this probably happened in the real world, or something she's always wanted to tell Shu, or some unresolved regret, right? It has to come from somewhere. So let's keep watching.
Things won't always stay the same for us.
You don't think I know that? But why do you trust this nobody?
So the fragrant man.
Shu. You always say you want things to stay as they are. But Kotoyuki
Kotoyuki.
says he wants to build a future together with me.
Kotoyuki, the bastard child. He seemed like an older kid. We helped him at the playground, but he moved away because I think, drama, arranged marriage happened, so the guy sent her away to avoid scandal. He grows up, never forgets us, has never forgotten us. And he's the man who's been writing us. That older kid we helped at the lot, Tsukiyo. Kotoyuki.
He wants to build a future together with me. Both ideas scare me. But both of them fill me with hope. If only I could split myself in two. If there were two of me, then one could stay. She could stay here with you and keep being your partner. Shu!
I shall pursue him. I cannot allow this to pass.
No. I'll go and talk to him myself.
Yeah, he puts up a pretty face. We've seen his true nature.
I'm no good. I tried to smile and wish you well, but I couldn't do it. And what's worse is, I gave you those capsules.
Yeah, but it was an accident.
What about them.
You didn't think they would actually hurt me, right?
Help you reflect within yourself.
You knew?
But they can be extremely dangerous too.
I thought he was just trying to help.
Why would you give me something like that?
I want you to get married!
I didn't want you to get married. Okay, that's clear.
I care about you so much. I wanted you to see it.
Well, shit. So he's also part of the problem.
What the hell is wrong with me? How can I not be happy for my partner? I'm such a piece of trash!
Hmm.
You should hate me.
It's mixed now, because if this is an indication of what happened in reality, he knew of the negative side effects.
We've been together ever since I can remember. How could I hate him? You're trying to ruin today. To ruin everything that we've had together.
Oh, right. He didn't get a form like Sukako and Rinko. Oh, the multiple masks. His fakeness, falseness.
Let's do this, partner. Alien scum won't go down without a fight. But together, we can take it on.
That was so cheesy. But it kind of fits for them. So he becomes the final boss.
Thank you, partner.
Why talk about this when you can give meds to the person you should talk to, right? Like, this is potentially gonna really destroy your health. So it's like he wished for the negative side effects to happen. Because he said, because I didn't want you to get married. Like, I wanted you, it's supposed to make you reflect. So he wanted us, both in a way. He wanted, no. Either way would have worked. Again, it's his masks. It's like he thinks giving this medicine to us will make us see clearly and see him as his true partner and not get married. But it's also a win for him if we get medically catatonic or medically unsound, that we can no longer leave the village and that we're going to be stuck at home. So it's a win-win for him. And I'm sure part of him was like, either way, she'll reflect and see that I am the partner for her, and or the side effects are too much and that she won't be able to leave town. He could have talked to her and sparked reflection that way. That is where it could be cool to see his side of the story. But again, this is all we're operating a nightmare dream logic here. I think the writers are leaving it up to us to interpret what actually happened in reality. Because we also color our own memories. Sometimes we think people say things that they have actually never said, just to try and make things make sense for us.
Make me whole again.
Thank you.
Shu, thank you, proceeds to murder. Yeah, even if it did happen in reality, there's a version of it that we come up with in our heads, which isn't the same. So a lot of this is still from an unreliable narrator. So young man, adult man.
Motoyuki, I'm counting on you to look after my partner.
For a while. It will be for more than a while, I assure you.
He's so toxic.
If you ever make my Hinako
They're
unhappy,
both so toxic.
I'll beat you to a pulp.
Hinako belongs to me. She is no longer yours.
I belong to
No
neither
way.
of you.
She's my partner, so she's always mine.
I'm just lending her to you.
Lending her to me?
Like an
Okay, there we go.
As I see it, you and I are the
And they
only
just
two
ignore
in this
her.
world who truly understand Hinako. Perhaps we could become friends.
Dude, it's just the patriarchy shaking hands. What the shit? It's just the patriarchy fist bumping. Look at how they frame it. They don't even give a shit about what we think. This is, I think it's meant to be ludicrous, this ending. My boys. Behind every great man, rolls eyes.
It's a sun shower.
Sun shower. Is that auspicious? Dude, this ending is just literally the patriarchy high-fiving themselves.
A good omen for a wedding.
I mean, he's pretty. But is that meant to be adult shoe? I don't know. Okay, that was ending 2. Oh, it's not over yet. Yeah, good sign for a wedding. So it's not just because I also heard that like if it rains before your wedding, as a way to cope, they say, "Oh, it's actually a blessing." Welcome in, Ruthie. She even said, "Like an object, just rip him to shred, girl." Right? And they didn't even pay attention to her. And then they turned their backs, and they were just lost in their own world. They were lost in their own world of patriarchy. They were just. Like, stop treating me like an object. Yeah, bro. I'll watch over her, bro. Like, what the shit was that? I bet that's intentionally meant to be ludicrous. The whole fist bump. And like, we can be friends all along because we can unite in toxic masculinity. Which is a sad, tragic reality. It's like bros being bros and bros excusing bros for being toxic bros, which happens. It's not exclusive to bros, but we're going by the gender stereotypes here. 1960s Japanese society, right? The men nodding in acknowledgement. So you beat up your wife too. Nods. And then the wives gossiping and saying, "Oh my gosh, your husband too? All men are like this, blah, blah, blah." And then they go into it. We're watching the endings now, Ruthie. Sorry, that's not the end of ending 2. There's still this.
Let's go inside. It is cold out.
All right.
So this is happily ever after. But we're so stained. What's that? Was that a bird? Hair? Oh my god. Well, why did it cut off? Why did it go to... Hello? YouTuber? Why?
I'm scared. I don't want to be like my mother.
Okay, let's just assume that that's the end. I don't want to be like my mother. I don't want to be like my mother. So that is pretty bad for her. Now I kind of wish for ending where Shu and the other guy are kissing each other. I was just waiting for them to kiss each other, chat. I was waiting for them to shake each other's hands and kiss. The cut was probably gameplay. No, this is like the post credits. That is post credits ending 2. Now, ending 3. So the YouTuber marks this as the bad ending. The very first one was a good ending. Probably it's just neutral. So this is the bad ending. And then now, supposedly the true ending, according to this YouTuber. We have an ad starting in 1 minute. Let's stew for a moment. The cut was because it's gory, I think. That's a real face. What's this? What is that? I'm pretty sure someone in the comments asked this question. Like, what is this? Anyway. All right. Things are still... Like, it's not... So far, what we've seen is not coming out of nowhere. They've planted these seeds along the way. They were quite clear about these possible outcomes. Remember her skin, face got cut? It did. But I don't know what this is exactly, what we're looking at. They put our face in a box.
I'm scared. I'm so scared. Please don't. No, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to be like my mother.
That's already the next ending. But anyway, we get the idea. I don't want to be like my mother, but in this ending, she becomes like her mother. Men trading off their daughters for their own benefit. I think I saw a snippet of her face on that exact floor. Okay, well, the body horror here was quite gruesome. All right, so far, so good. In terms of like our own predictions of the story. So someone was saying, we have 2 minutes before ad break ends. Someone was saying that this may be a standalone Silent Hill, but all the Silent Hills share similarities in some way. And they said it's not the fog exactly, but maybe it's what the fog represents. Like those who've played other Silent Hills so far, does this feel like a Silent Hill game to you? Or not sorry, does this feel like a Silent Hill story to you guys? Like there's this layer of reality where bad shit happened, and then we just have to relive the nightmare through a dream/nightmare lens. And that's basically what the template is for Silent Hill stories. Judging from what I know, it kind of does. Okay. So this is kind of what I can kind of expect. Not gameplay-wise. Because I was thinking of diving into Silent Hill 2 Remake. No, I was planning to dive into Silent Hill 2. So maybe no spoilers in that front. Would you recommend playing the Silent Hill 2 Remake after this? I know they're very different gameplay-wise. People were divided about the gameplay here. But do you guys think I'll enjoy Silent Hill 2? I am the wrong person to ask that question, and fair enough. I was just wondering. It's just something. But I know next session we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna play 1 or 2 sessions of Wuthering Waves because the finale for Renacita's out. 2.7 is out. I'm excited to see how they culminate the story, how the story culminates, because Renacita has been such an amazing journey, chat. Wuthering Waves, cannot recommend it enough for Renacita. If you could start in Renacita, do it. I cannot recommend it for the base game story. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but it does turn off a lot of new players. There's a reason why they allow new players to start in the new region. It is just great cinematic storytelling. And I'm excited to dive back into that next session. I have Ghost of Yote in the sidelines. It's not exactly horror related. I don't know. Maybe I'll add more days for October because there are just too many games to play. But yeah, Wuthering Waves is next. 1 or 2 sessions of that. Stay tuned for the finale of it. Renacita's been an absolute blast. We'll fanboy over the Resonator trailers, the cinematic storytelling, and all that. All right, welcome back from the ad break. Thank you for your patience. This is ending 3. Sorry, there. Now, ending 3. We stand up against Fox, man.
Tell me, who the hell are you?
Kotayuki.
I would ask the same of you. Who are you? Hinako would never act this way. How have you entered these sacred grounds? Reveal your true self!
Ah, that's my true self! The doll. Fudge, and he still comes in to save us.
I always believed in you, partner. I knew eventually you'd find the strength to speak up and finally express your true feelings.
See what I meant about this? Everyone, she's just such a caricature. None of these people act like real people. They're just here to deliver symbology and themes. Dream nightmare logic. So this time his meds worked. Okay, so the previous ending was the negative side effects of his meds. This time it's what? The positive side effects. Yeah, I knew you'd reflect on yourself and see that I am the true man of your dreams.
How dare you set foot here? How did filth like you creep in?
Now, but these endings say that you're not supposed to take the pills. So, well, either way, the damage is done. The medicine has already done its damage. Uh-oh, it's his true self. Do we fight together now?
Hinako, run for it!
Oh, you know what? That he actually makes sense. I thought they were gonna go, "Are you with me, partner?" And they charge into battle. No, he makes a smart decision of you know, when the big bad kitsune reveals itself to you and you're just like a couple of high schoolers, maybe the smart decision is to run the fudge away. Maybe, chat. Are you with me, partner? Then bonks him anyway. Dude, I thought they were gonna fight them because again, I'm pretty sure the writers are aware that they are making things so melodramatic and cheesy and all that because they want to deliver a point in a very blatant way. I thought they were really gonna go just like when we were playing Space Invaders, partner. Just like when we were playing Space Invaders, partner. And then the light show start up, and then we get our bubble gun, and then we start like blasting the alien. I wouldn't have found that surprising. Because the reason why she's also so imaginative is They've established that she loves playing make believe as well. You know, you reflected and made the choice to be my partner. Now let's not get ahead of ourselves and get the fudge out of here. Oh, yo, we're in Elden Ring now. We're gonna fight the Elden Beast. That's pretty cool, though.
Just what the hell are you?
Well, I guess we weren't wrong about the Beauty and the Beast prediction. Did we ever find out what is in the West Wing? I think that was really meant to bring that home. Because one of the first things Foxmask tells us, which is also a hint at his controlling, toxic, abusive nature and manipulative nature as well, he told us, oh, do not go into the West Wing. And then I think that's like, I don't know if we actually do it or not, but point is we overstep our bounds according to him and whatever. So this is the Beast now. In real life, he's trying to take her from rich dude. Running away makes more sense. Yeah, it's all representative of what happened, what we think happened in reality, right? And this man who was sending this minor fragrant messages telling us about how we're becoming a woman and that these changes that we're experiencing are not, you're pretending that he understands us. And that it's so gross, right? It's and in reality, he probably goes to our father and says, hey, I know you're in debt. Give me your daughter and I'll set you for life.
Out of love and respect for you, I force myself to abide by the rules of human courtship. But if by honoring your traditions, I risk losing you, then I'm afraid we'll have to do things my way from now on.
So this is the true Kotayuki. The missing posters will crumble to dust to be carried off by the wind. Our missing posters. So, I guess, did a crime happen? They didn't know about it. They were kidnapped, taken by this man. They posted missing posters. Was it a deal made behind the scenes without the people being aware of it? Our friends probably put that up because I doubt the father's going to say, hey, I sold off my daughter to this schmuck. So missing posters came up because of our friends. And he could never rest in peace because there was a missing persons case out there. So in time, the missing posters will crumble to dust. Yeah. Kind of like the Red Riding Hood. Oh, okay, we beat him up. They cut out. The cuts are abrupt here. See how he just actually the way this video is edited kind of really shows what kind of terrible person this guy is. In the span of one frame. Oh, you stayed with me, my love. It's so extreme.
forget your kindness. So thank you for everything.
And she's still able to find the silver lining to all this.
Hinako! Over here!
Like, I guess this man did comfort her in some way.
Hurry!
Ugh.
I can settle matters here on my own.
Wait, what? Okay. What matters?
I remember playing Space Wars with you back in the day.
Huh?
And that means you're one of us then, our comrade in arms.
Huh?
I suggest you leave.
Oh, okay. In this ending, I think you get all the UFO broadcasts and you get all the posters or whatever. So maybe this is one of their characters in their roleplay. Because, you know, the town, Inari faith and all that.
I am still a monster after all, and won't hesitate to consume you if given the chance.
See you later, comrade.
Dude, they really are doing it. Now kiss. Comrade. Bro. A gallant man? The dude, out of spite, gave us dangerous medicine. And he calls him a gallant man who he believes has the best interests of Hinako at mind. This is still ending 3. Okay, this is still the same ending. So this is the true ending, quote unquote. The bad taxidermy fox can't get you.
Thank you, Shu. If you hadn't come to help, I wouldn't have been brave enough to go on.
Now, according to this YouTuber, it's good ending, which is the first one you get. Bad ending, where she's like, no, I don't want to be my mother. We're currently watching the quote-unquote true ending. And then there's a secret UFO ending.
That's not it. That's the opposite of why I decided to help you.
Wait. What's the opposite?
Brave enough to go on.
I wouldn't have been brave enough to go on.
That's not it. That's the opposite of why I decided to help you.
He decided to help us because of our strong and independent spirit, which inspired him.
I helped because you showed so much courage.
It took me way too long to find that courage, though. I caused everyone so much trouble.
I don't know. I think it's crazy that you felt that the only way to do that was
what?
to give up on your life.
Did his voice get garbled?
To give up on your life.
We killed ourselves?
Thank you, partner.
His voice sounded distorted, right? It sounded kind of monstrous when he said, when you gave up on your life. We'll get to the alien ending, Bonebreaker.
You know, you look really weird in a tie.
Yeah, well, you look really weird in that.
That? What?
You know, you look really weird in a tie.
So in the true ending, Shu interrupts the wedding?
Yeah, well, you look really weird in that.
The bridal gown? No, that's a tragic thing, Vano. We are in our 20s. That's why that's why it's so problematic that Fox Mask possibly in reality was a man sending us fragrant messages talking about us becoming a woman. And there are hints that we were in a way sold off or given away to this man by our father to pay for his debts. There are like I think there were hints of that. One of our theories. Does none of the endings make sense at all? It's one of those things where I think each ending are partially true. I think it's one of those things. Geysers have... Right, there's that thing about the town being poisoned by geysers.
And over the past 3 weeks have shown no signs of letting up. Water temperatures and concentration levels of the accompanying hydrogen sulfide gas continue to increase dramatically.
Mass hallucination, maybe.
Even this location, all residents of Evisagalica have been ordered to evacuate. Earlier we spoke with the head of the
Huh? What ending is this now? This is ending 4. Wait, there's ending 5. Oh, sorry. This is true ending. This is secret ending. And then there's UFO ending. 5 endings. Right. Okay, so the YouTuber tagged this one we just watched as the true ending. You know, let's just finish it. So I forgot about that detail. We read about it in like one article. At some point in the past, the geysers were flowing nonstop, and fog was everywhere, and it was poisonous to people. So this is the secret ending.
Are you Hinako? Junko. You and me. Everyone. Someone is toying with all of us.
Okay.
What do you mean?
One of them wants to marry me off.
Oh.
The other one wants to stop the wedding.
Oh. Secret ending. The men are the problem. Which tracks for this story?
This whole time, they've been pitting me against myself. It's been an awful, agonizing ordeal. But I think I get it now. Everyone is always pressuring us, rushing us, forcing us.
This is true.
But these are battles that we both have to fight.
Sisterly love ending. Because this all happened to her sister as well, from what we know.
I'm sorry,
We never
Junko.
even see our sister's face. She was just married off and that's it.
I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I know. I've been a terrible daughter. But if you truly want nothing more than for me to be happy,
Junko hung herself? What?
then please let me do this.
When did she hang herself? Oh, scars around her neck. Good catch. Good eye. I thought it was just because she was stitched together like a zombie.
I'm
Maybe that's how Hinako also killed herself.
Mom and Dad.
There has been a bunch of hanging in this game.
I know. I've been a terrible daughter. But if you truly want nothing more than for me to be happy, then please, let me do this.
She doesn't even try to stop us anymore because she does want this as well.
This is my decision to make.
It does sound like we're gonna kill ourselves.
I'll never be just some puppet to be toyed with and tossed aside. Never! Why must we fight to the death just for one of us to survive this nightmare? Why do we have to bleed? Just to begin seeing eye to eye.
Oh no, she can't control it. One is being puppeted by Shu, and the other one is being puppeted by Kotoyuki. No! Literally... Literally the men fighting over us. That was Shu's form in one of the endings. The one on the right. And the whole thing about the lightning coming down. I think the one on the right, he had swords which reminded me of lightning. And the lightning coming down and destroying the Inari shrine. So... eons.
Insignificant wretch. Nothing to me.
Hinako, what is this?
The man coming in with all the answers again. And enlightenment.
Kotoyuki.
Once in a blue moon, humankind produces an extraordinary girl who is blessed with divine power. Upon her birth, a spell is placed on our clan's successor.
Sometimes it's two wolves, sometimes a fox, and some multifaceted monstrosity that fight inside of us. But yeah, that was Shu and the fox fighting. Upon her birth, a spell is placed on our clan's successor.
It stirs within him
A desperate desire for the girl.
Seek out that extraordinary girl and make her his wife.
Uh-huh.
What are you?
In the past, we relied on our cunning, seducing our brides with clever deceits. But this generation's heir...
The ancestors getting angry ending. You bring shame and dishonor to our family. So Kotayuki was like the least evil among them. But his ancestors are like, yo, this guy, he wasn't manipulative enough.
Failing to charm his bride to be demonstrates what an inexperienced failure is.
Kotayuki, no. He just... all he wanted was for us to get married and be happy together. He tried so hard. He was alone all that time. Don't laugh! Don't you dare laugh at him!
Defending him, okay.
He suffered. You will never understand. You monster!
What did he suffer? Maybe it would make more sense if he actually played it, and maybe there were notes we would have picked up, maybe. Okay, this is still the secret ending. Wow, it's a really long one. Okay, we fight we fight, I guess, and then this is the continuation. Okay, what did Kotayuki suffer?
I'll make sure to perform the last rites.
Huh? Okay, we reconcile with ourselves.
Are you two okay? Over there!
Whoa, why is he okay?
Hurry! Get in here!
I am deeply sorry. He has had much to drink for his first wedding in many moons.
He has had much to drink for his first wedding in many moons.
He is normally so kind.
What do we do?
What was he talking about?
Just leave this matter to me for now.
Kotayuki,
His father?
you could
Apologies. While I tried to give you everything, I failed to realize what you desire most. Now I know. We both share the same desires. I want to know whether my love for you is more than the mere whim of a spell. Please leave.
Fate and destiny bound.
Real. I hope that we can meet again.
Maybe throughout this playthrough you encounter that he was also suffering from an abusive father.
I'll think it through. Slowly and carefully. We'll have our answer ready.
But What about the whole puppet thing? I thought we were saying that they're pitting us against each other. I'm not... So what is it that we desire most? Freedom? So we find wholeness. Yo, frankly frightening. Welcome in. We're just watching all the endings. I feel like in order to understand the other endings, we need to learn more about what leads up to those. This ending is specific, especially the secret ending. It's all smudged. So we reconcile with ourselves.
What should we do about our future? Kotoyuki gave me an idea. He grew to love someone deeply, to do anything, everything he could for them. I want to live a life that full of passion, of purpose, to pour my whole heart into things. To live with such passion that I might actually propose to Kotoyuki.
NG plus time? No, I'm... I don't find... I'm not motivated enough to play this game 5 times and stick to very stringent conditions like never taking a red pill or finding all these hidden objects. So that's why we're just YouTubing all the endings. We're pretty much done.
When I'm ready.
When I'm ready. I still don't know how to feel about this.
Want to pour my heart into something. Not sure what yet, though. Very specific.
So we make friends with our... It's one of those endings where we make friends with our clone. Our other self.
It's quiet here, isn't it? No one to tell us what to do or bother us. It's nice. Just the two of us. Yeah. Just the two of us. To decide where to go.
And again, did we just kill ourselves in all endings?
I don't think it's ever been this quiet in Ebisugaoka.
Glad to hear the lights are on, Vanua.
And it is all ours. Our silent Ebisugaoka. Together.
But it's so lonely. Okay, I think this is the quote-unquote why it's not true ending though. Well, again, this YouTuber labels it as good, bad, true, secret UFO, and I just feel like the ending is just somewhere just taking elements from each of these things. Even this crazy one. This is the UFO ending. Gaoka part refers to hill, so she just said the thing. No way! They've inserted hill in there? Okay. Is the UFO ending.
because of them. There's no doubt about it.
Them?
Yeah, the aliens. They've been eyeing Earth for a long time, waiting for the chance to snatch up humans and replace them with aliens. Rinko, Hinako, me, any one of us could be an alien merely pretending to be the real person.
I'm not an alien! Is there any way to prove our identities?
She's a Cylon!
There is.
Huh?
What?
Eh?
Didn't you die? That thing killed you! This is Roboco, an anti-extraterrestrial search and destroy robot I designed and built.
Rock. This is Sukako? Yeah, that's Sukako.
This robot can detect aliens masquerading as humans and automatically eliminate them. The battery's dead.
Wait, so the Sakuko that thing killed was actually an alien?
That thing was chasing me all over the place. I guess you had a hint of alien on you, Hinako. You might be an alien, or maybe someone close to you is an alien. These things copy everything down to your memories, but they're not perfect. Hinako, try saying something only the real you would know.
You know what, chat? This is the true ending. Yeah, frankly writing this, how my memory should play in my head. This is so true. Rinko hater. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of people really hate Rinko. For a good reason, but everything we experienced, they were just caricatures and not real people. They were just nightmarish memories. So the worst aspects of them were magnified, and those worst aspects were like totally defined them. Hinako, try saying something only the real you would know.
Oh, Rinko once took some of Shu's hair and hid it inside her pillow. Let it go, Triana. Love spell a dream. Your turn, Rinko. One time, Hinako forgot her underwear in the locker room at camp and didn't claim it. Rinko! You can burn in hell for that!
Can't blame you for not claiming it. Gotta be embarrassing saying it's yours when the teacher asks whose it is.
Oh, that's gross.
Privacy wasn't really a thing back in the day.
Sorry. That is so self-aware.
Well, one time, Rinko skipped gym class and took Shu's clothes and...
Ew.
The day after she fought with Shu, Hinako took his recorder and...
I think I'm more scared of girls than aliens at this point.
Okay, you're good. You guys passed the test. Next up, it's us, I guess. So one time, Shu ripped a page out of an adult magazine and hid it behind his bookshelf. And he also cut out a photo of a classmate's head and taped it to a swimsuit model poster.
Okay. We got it. Now it's my turn. Sakuko first started wearing a bra in the 6th grade, while Hinako and Rinko started after summer break in 5th grade.
Yeah, of course, these are the things he notices.
How's that?
So they beat up the man. Okay.
Well, we didn't find an alien.
But we destroyed the patriarchy.
But we did find an enemy to all women. Hinako, we're heading home. What about the aliens? Everything all right?
Oh, the neighborhood watch got together and took care of them.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
For dinner tonight, I'll make your favorite.
Yo, I want some Hamburg steak, Chad.
Mother, I told you that's Junko's favorite.
True ending. Take me, alien. If you're a cute doggo alien, abduct me. All endings explained. Okay. I'm gonna queue this up. I don't know, chat, how to feel about that. Let's just go through the comments quickly. Imagine the aliens actually fixing her family. Imagine that. That's a true ending, chat. There's just no other ending. That's a true ending. I believe it in my heart. Okay. Let's just see some of the top comments from others. It was kind of embarrassing and funny how Fox Mask was pretty much untouchable, but a student with a baseball bat knocks him out with a sneak attack. But remember, these are the privileges of men in a patriarchal society. Think fast, chuckle nuts, bonk. Yo, Team Fortress 2 reference in this day and age? Might be manipulation from his side. I think he chooses when to be weak. He could have easily stopped it when he wanted to. He wanted Hinako to choose, I think. He's pretending, I guess. So, again, with the cycles of abuse and generational trauma. So, if we were to understand that ending a bit more, the quote-unquote secret ending, where we're given the freedom to choose, where Hinako defends him, because he may have his faults as well. Some may say it's problematic what he did, but he also comes from an abusive household, and so we find a kinship with him, and we just both want to escape and be happy and marry each other. But again, these are all like distorted narrative encounters, and the first ending is the only one with the whole wedding massacre and murder of 2 men. Suspect is a woman taking red and white pills. Might be manipulation. He wanted Hinako to choose. He's pretending, I guess. The reality is actually implied Shu, as the guest, just straight up beat him up on the altar when the marriage happened. Yeah, and in one of the endings, again, pieces of these endings, you put them all together. They were all different from each other. Obviously, they were all different from each other, but they all had similar connections that if we piece it together as a whole, we can come up with our own version of what happened in reality. So you look silly in a tie, Shu. So in that ending, Shu came in, and when they said, speak up now or forever hold your peace, Shu barges in, or he was already in the wedding, he speaks up and then beats everyone up with a bat, and they run away, and they're fine. He saves them from this wedding. In that ending, I find it deeply meaningful that Hinako wears her school uniform throughout the story. Despite having graduated from high school, she's still a child. She likes sweets, she likes having fun with her friends, and she likes to continue playing her galactic games with Shu. Hinako is a girl forced to grow up, to get married, or to stay as she is, but under someone else's control. Over time, her uniform becomes worn and dirty, especially during the rituals with the masked man, where she gives up parts of her body and is marked as his property. Oh yeah, literally marked. Her childhood is taken away from her so that she can continue to conform to the standards of the time. In the bad endings, Hinako ends up with her uniform destroyed and replaced with her wedding dress. But in ending 4, the best in my opinion, is that the... the reconcile with ourselves. In ending 4, the best in this commenter's opinion, she's back in her clean new uniform with a new chance to live her life and discover herself without constraints. Yeah, they leave it open-ended. Fox Mask isn't necessarily forcing her, or he's come to realize that he cannot control her. It's up to her, and he will accept whatever she decides. There's also the ending where she apparently stays with Shu, but in my opinion, in that ending, Hinako remains stagnant or not fully mature. The ending we saw where, ha, you look silly in the tie, and ha, you look silly in that thing. I prefer to think that all the horror she experienced were worth it, at least to live her life without ties and with freedom. But what really confuses me is, again, maybe it's the wrong question to ask what happened truly in reality, but it is still a valid question because they didn't put that, or they intentionally put the wedding massacre, cop 1 to cop 2, this is it, like suspect is a woman in her 20s, blah blah blah. Like they put that for a reason, to like throw a wrench in our thought process, to think, okay, wait, is that reality? Is that something that we cannot take away? Was it a murder suicide? There are also hints that we took our own lives, like that. This even in that Shu ending where, haha, you looked silly in that tie, haha, you look silly in that dress, whatever that is. It was also super canned, the way he said, no, I didn't do it for myself, because of me or whatever. I did it because of your courage. How you took your own life. And then there was like a distortion in the voice. So that was like the slap in reality. And the whole silence, just us, our Ebisugaoka, it feels like an ending where we also took our own life. If it's about the personal horror she experiences, the actions of her projections are predetermined by her impressions of the characters, so there would be no XY chooses to be weak or do this and that. At some point, someone acted in some specific way and therefore imprinted that behavior in Hinako's impression of that person. There's no free will upon any of the characters could act, right? So in the end, all of the endings are just versions of whatever reality she suffered acted out inside of her head. Most of it, I believe, is really in her head. Maybe the game is the live flashing past before her eyes after being shot by the cops, and the different versions depend on from what angle the bullet makes its way through her head. Wow, that's an interesting way of putting it as well. If not the cops, a murder-suicide. Whether we committed all those murders and shot ourselves or hung ourselves. Yeah, that could really be it as well. If we're gonna map it all out and put in the layers of reality and put the massacre at the wedding and the double murder 20s female suspect, if that is the reality, if that is the shallowest layer of reality, and then you go from there, and through each cycle, each cycle of madness is an iteration upon an iteration upon an iteration. So all the endings we just watched are just, as you said, different ways of our life flashing before our eyes. Did we do the right thing? Did we do the wrong thing? Did Shu... I'm hung up on that one thing Shu did, but he came to my rescue. Oh, this man was probably preying on me, but I forgive him because he also had a troublesome past, and he was also figuring things out. Oh, and in the end, maybe he did give me the freedom of choice, or he made me feel like I had the illusion of choice. So all of these are just made up endings in our head just before we pass the point of no return and kill ourselves. So maybe the whole reality is just that. We murdered all these people and then we get shot or kill ourselves. That's the actual thing. That's the actual reality. It's tragic. It's depressing. And who knows, it could have been avoided by having the proper support. Right? And they dropped all these shades, all these elements, which drives us to madness, be it the pills, be it controlling men, be it jealous friends, be it abusive parents. And there is no true ending. That's why every ending is canon according to the devs. I don't know what the devs are saying, but I'm pretty sure they're going to say, the ending is what you decide on. Similar how they say, what does F stand for? Apparently, the developer said, the F in Silent Hill F is up to you. What it means. For me, the F reminds me of the symbol. In the camera, standing for aperture. There. I immediately thought of this. And why is that significant in our own interpretation of the story? Because the aperture determines how much light. Okay, in a camera, it's your sensor is like closed, right? And then when you release the shutter, it opens, bam, letting light in, exposing the film, digital or physical film, and it closes. And that image is trapped. So the aperture value is literally how much light you let in to the sensor. So a larger aperture value, this is going to be confusing, a larger aperture value means less light is let in. Means a smaller aperture to like a pinhole. It's like F16 is like a freaking pinhole. And you'll need more light to expose the film. So if you're outside in the sun, you're typically at like ND filters aside. ND filters are like sunglasses for your camera lens. Removing that, if you're just gonna go with the raw lens and just go with the raw aperture, you need to stop down. Stopping down means increasing the aperture value, meaning shrinking the size of the aperture, meaning less light in, meaning less overexposure in the sun. So you're in the sunlight, you're typically F11 to F16. And sometimes the sun is so bright, F16 doesn't even cut it. You go F22. So, conversely, lower aperture value means a larger aperture, meaning more light coming in, meaning more chances of, well, if you don't balance it right, overexposure. So if we're going to relate it to the stories, no F-16, it's a fighter jet. And also F-16 means it's a fighter. Okay, I get it. F-16, they call it Sunny 16 for photography shorthand. Typically, F-16 works in clear skies. Typically, you're an F-16 at that point. So they call it Sunny 16 value. The more light is shed on what you look at, the better a picture it paints. But also, do you notice that in some photos, there is that beautiful blurring of the background? Of what they call bokeh? That shallow depth of field, meaning that shallow focus, meaning less of things are in focus in frame. Like it's just a face and the rest is beautifully blurred out. How do you achieve that? One is your choice of lens and focal length, but also it is a factor of your aperture value, your f-stop, your Silent Hill F. So if you want beautiful, blurry background, like wedding, pretty, Instagram-worthy, shallow focus beauty shots, you need to lower your aperture value. The lower it is, the shallower your focus is. Focal length is like what you see here, 50 millimeter. That is your focal length. For lack of a better term, that is your zoom level. So like a 24 millimeter is wider than a 50 millimeter. 50 millimeter is roughly how our eyes see. 100mm is like telephoto range, which introduces more bokeh and squishes the background, and then they all have different properties. If you use a 24mm and if you keep the subject the same size in your frame, you will notice that your background around that will differ between a 24, a 50, and 100, even if your subject is the same size in frame. Because that is how the physics of lens, that's how lens physics works. But that's beside the point. If we're going back to aperture, f-stops, aperture value. Where am I going here? So if you want beautiful blurred shots, you let in more light. But, as you said, you might, what is exactly blurred out? Sometimes people use the blur to hide undesirable things in the frame, which is not a bad thing. Because sometimes you want to focus on the subject, right? So you only keep the face in focus. But it's also a way to hide the ugliness and the clutter around your subject. If you have the same subject and you're at aperture value 22 versus aperture value 2.8, what did we learn? 22 will have everything in focus. Everything will just be assaulting your eyes with detail. There is no point of focus. It is just everything is in focus, roughly. Whereas if you go the opposite way and you're like at aperture value f 2.8, 1.4, then you're only gonna have the face is the only thing in focus. Everything else is blurred out. So there is a cost to your aperture value. You cannot exactly have the best of both worlds. And it really largely depends on what kind of photography you're trying to do. That's why in a lot of wedding photography and beauty photography, people typically open up and stop up. They open up their apertures because it also works for low light settings, interior of a cathedral, interior of a hotel, blah, blah, blah. But also it leads to beautiful, shallow depth of field, blurred backgrounds, focus on the bride, the groom, the ring, the audience. So typically those are beauty shots. Landscape photographers would, of course, maybe they would want to have a high aperture value, and they're outdoors anyway, so they have a lot of light to work with, so they can afford to go f16, f11, and they want nothing out of focus in their landscape shot, right? So it calls for different subjects call for different aperture values. So this is me in a long way just saying that is what I came to mind for me when Silent Hill F was announced and I saw the F, which is stylized like this. I thought of the camera, I thought of the aperture value, I thought of the cost of focus, the decision of focus, the hiding of ugly details. You can get away a lot with a low aperture value. You can get away with a lot and it'll look pretty by default because we have been conditioned by, I don't know, a visual language growing up culturally, what have you. These blurry backgrounds are a sign of 1, expensive lenses, 2, high quality lenses, and 3, beauty shots. Since it's tied, it's tied so much with the wedding industry and commercials and beauty photography, fashion photography. Since it's so tied in with that, we associate blurry backgrounds as something that is, beautiful. And we get to hide the garbage if it's blurry and no one can see what the detail is. So there you have it. That's my interpretation of the F aperture. So if we're going to link it back to Silent Hill F, a lot of it was from an unreliable narrator. A lot of things were blurred around the edges. The aperture value, basically in that game, the f-stop in Silent Hill F was all over the place. giving us all these gruesome details, like what we saw with the fox mask and the gore, and all of these things just assaulting our senses. But there's also that beauty in terms of seeing the blurred the backgrounds, the beautiful colors of the flowers, the dreamlike state that we're often in. That is like they were using basically different aperture values, literally, to film. So it's literally depending on the scene and the reality, they used a certain f-stop value from what I've seen. So reality comes into clear focus. They're using a higher aperture value, higher f-stop. And then when we get to our dreamlike spaces, where we're concealed by masks and the beauty of the situation to hide the ugliness, they like to use closer shots, more blurred out backgrounds, more things hidden and tucked away, out of sight, out of mind. So that's our own interpretation of Silent Hill F. The writer said it's what you make up. So that's my own interpretation of it. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I need to see a few more comments. I need to decompress a bit and just get an idea of going back to the game and the story and what the fudge happened. I think the simplest explanation we have is what it is. Hinako, raised in an abusive household, ran away from home, married an older man, and at some point, because of the medicine and the pressure of society and everything went wrong, we killed them all, and then we killed ourselves. And all of this is just trying to find beauty in the madness. What did the back of the box of the game say? The back of the box, see, it's f-stop. F. The stylized F. Here. Uncover the disturbing beauty hidden in terror. Right? There's sometimes such beauty to be found in. On the surface, you can see all these wedding photos, these beauty shots and everything. But what goes on behind the scenes, chat? What goes on beyond the frame? Beyond your f-stops, beyond your focus and focal points? The frame doesn't capture everything, right? So it's Hinako trying to bring her life into focus to varying degrees of success. But the inevitability of it all is that all the endings seem to hint that we're not alive anymore. Like, it took Shu, it took our own suicide to make Shu act, for example. That's what I got from that ending. Like, oh, I chose to change and do all this because your courage to take your own life encouraged me or something. You could say that all of that metaphoric stuff that's happening is blurring out the tragedy Hinako's surrounding herself with to escape the reality of being a murderer. I love that interpretation, Bonebreaker. Exactly. That's the synthesis of everything we talked about with the f-stops, the focus, the focal length, the aperture value, all of that. If you're going to go with camera, metaphors, choosing what to focus on, right? Choosing what to blur out. The beautiful photography. This is basically the beautiful videography and photography of Hinako's tragic life. The end. Okay, I think I'm okay. We'll just see a few more. We're going to be wrapping up soon. So Ryukishi07, the author. I'll Google this. Why is it so... Ryukishi07 is the pen name of a Japanese writer who is the leading member of the group 7th Expansion. He's the creator of the When They Cry visual novel series, which includes Higurashi When They Cry, Uminoko When They Cry, and Shikonya When They Cry. I know none of these. So, he didn't work in any other Silent Hill? Konami enlisted him to write the video game Silent Hill F, as they were seeking a writer who could really understand the essence of Japanese horror. Who wrote the other? Well, the other Silent Hill games were set in the US, right? I'm out of snoozes, chat. I'm sorry for the ad breaks that'll come. Well, yeah, he wrote the scenario, Ryukishi 07. This is the first work I've experienced of him. Yeah, you mentioned it last time, and I just didn't know who Ryukishi 07 was and what. Higurashi Nonaku Kono ni. Higurashi When They Cry. Hello? Shu? Wait, what does it explain? In a good way? Higurashi When They Cry is a sound novel, a variation of visual novel with a focus on sound and atmosphere. Oh. Okay. Japanese murder mystery. Doujin soft visual novel. Produced by 7th Expansion. So they're a group. Japanese Doujin Circle. Specialized in the creation of visual novels. This is so cool though, that like, I don't know him, but here. Simply, he started off like, initially, my audience was otaku who attended Comic-Con. You know, this reminds me of just so many of my acquaintances and friends in the writers and artist circles. You know, just hustling out there, joining these conventions, selling their works at these conventions to, you know, try and build their audience, to just put their works out there. And then he just kept working and they discovered him. And he made those games and that became his body of work, which encouraged Konami to enlist him to write the video game series, to write the video game Silent Hill F. See, I never thought for one second that I could be read, published, edited at the other end of the planet in France. As for Higurashi, I never thought that people outside Japan might be interested. Umineko in particular is a text that even Japanese people can have difficulty reading. So to imagine that foreigners have made the effort to read it, understand it, and translate it is an indescribable happiness to me. He do love his sane situation repeats in different variations, revealing new things. Ah, okay. Hence the madness cycles in Silent Hill F. So it's very on brand for him. Okay. Will recommend. They are amazing. I wouldn't be able to put my finger on it since it's basically 15 years or so when I watched the show, but it felt like the connection was there. Okay. So it's like repeating the cycles and then new information being sprinkled in and then you putting things together. Cool. So that's the author. All right. I need to see if what people's... like, I need to know where we stand here. So Ryukishi07 said in an interview that all of the endings are canon and none of them are good or bad, except the UFO ending. They are all variations of what might have been, depending on Hanako's choices in life. I feel like, objectively, every ending besides the true ending is a bad ending. And the true fourth ending is more hopeful, but still ultimately up in the air since we don't know the state of the town / Hinako. In that ending, they reference the geysers leaving our town. I think they may be right in that this ending 4, it may seem like that we killed ourselves and we're just alone now in the afterlife, but they ended it with the post credits of the town. Was it this ending? No, wait, it is this ending. Anyway, there was also that news article we saw about the hot spring, the geysers flowing nonstop. People getting poisoned by the fog, and then the town was forced to evacuate. So that's also, a tragedy that you have to leave your child at home. There's no returning to it. And simply put, that we might have moved to the city and all of this happened, right? We lost contact with our friends. Things changed too much, too fast, and that could also be it. But Hinako has the freedom to choose. So that is a more positive ending. I feel like this is where she died in peace, making her own paradise of all good things she knows about, leaving an empty town just for herself. Maybe that could be it as well. But again, the cop-out answer is every ending is canon, depending on Hinako's life choices. I feel objectively every ending blah blah blah. It's still ultimately up in the air since we don't know the state of the town. I think that fits well with the moral of the story. That what Hinako most wants is to make her own choices. Whether those choices are good or bad. Yeah. Like, whether good or bad, it is her choice. Whether those choices are good or bad. The way you get to the fourth and final ending, where Hinako accepts both sides of her, is experiencing and learning from all the previous endings. That ending requirement was get 2 endings. There was an ending which required you to get 2 previous endings. So that is literally to get the fourth and final ending. It's where Hinako accepts both sides from experiencing and learning from all those previous endings. Yes, every other 4 endings besides the actual ending. You actually made me realize endings 1 to 4 all heavily imply that everything was an illusion, metaphorical in Hinako's mind. Only the 5th/UFO ending is like, yes, all of this was literally true and happened. Remember, Silent Hill franchise is not about the ghost or monster, but rather the turmoil, trauma, fear, and any psychological damage that caused by the environment, people, parents, siblings, friends, etc. And these problems were reflected as ghost, fog, monster, grotesque beings. Makes sense. No, you're talking about Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4. The rest of the original series, considered even remotely good, is all about evil cults and supernatural beings. Okay, I'm not gonna read too much into that. I feel like people aren't understanding the Fox Mask guy. I feel like the true ending did a very good job. You could tell that he wanted to find himself too, yet he still have feelings for her. He never wanted to hurt her, but he was pressured into this arranged marriage as well. Arranged marriage, yeah. The set up by our father. The Fox God even said he's a failure because he never forced her charm on her. So he was like the least bad member of that family. He just cared for her a lot, actually developed feelings, but because he was also raised in a toxic, abusive household, he didn't really know how to express those feelings properly. After hearing Hinako, he decided to accept her and let her be free. Hinako also has feelings for him, but she wants to live her life the way she wants instead of being forced to be tied down. To the arranged marriage. The two of them now are free, and once they experience life properly, then the two of them will approach each other differently and perhaps proceed with a relationship. Shu, on the other hand, gives her drugs which made her go insane. Guys, chat. Shu was actually the bad guy. They're not wrong. Shu was actually the bad. Shu, on the other hand, gave her drugs which made her go insane, which was disturbing for me. I'm just glad that both Hinakos are now free. It feels like in terms of personal growth or experience, a player could derive from that could make this game an outstanding piece of entertainment, but locking it behind 4 to 5 more tedious and, depending on preferences, not fun gameplay hurts the game too much. I would appreciate it if they somehow pulled it off to make it so that the endings would interconnect in one coherent playthrough. No. Nothing to be sorry about, Bonebreaker. I totally get you. We watched the YouTube endings. I didn't feel like I could be bothered to play this game 5 more times. Like, how different could it have been? I cannot be the judge of that. All I know is Regina said that it's not that much different. And they did say some things are different. But for me, it ain't Armored Core 6. Let's just put it like that. Because fine, Armored Core 6 was not like Nier Automata. It wasn't that drastically different until it snowballed in the end. But like the first half, it's pretty much the same, right? And then you start to learn more about Ayer, your handler Walter, etc., Fires of Rubicon and whatnot. It's only until like the latter portions that it really starts to diverge. But it ain't awesome anime mecha combat. So I'm not putting up with it, unfortunately. But, you know, if people enjoy the gameplay loop and if they found a love for this game, then I'm happy for them. It's just this game wasn't good enough for me to play it as the developers intended. I'm already good. Like, having watched these endings, having talked about my own interpretations, having listened to your own insights, chat, thank you so much. Having been able to discuss it on stream with you all, I pretty much got my money's worth out of the game. Was it a bit pricey? Yes, for me. For what it was, for what we got out of it, do I regret making the purchase at full price? Not really. Can I see this as a Game Pass play? Yeah. As a discount play? Yeah. For me. But I wouldn't go out and like pre-order and pay full price for this. Now I'm curious about how they could have weaved the endings together, right? Maybe at a particular point, Bonebreaker, maybe there would be a point where, again, like, it is a risky decision to lock yourself to one ending. Because I can understand the merit of that. I can understand the merit of locking you into one ending. Because, for example, Signalis. I went into that game blind. I loved Signalis. But I'm not gonna lie and say that the ending that I got based on my gameplay, which I was unaware of at the time. Because in Signalis, I guess this is a minor spoiler, the way you play affects your ending. Literally, the way you play the game affects your ending. So I thought, as a Resident Evil vet, saving ammo, avoiding combat, dodging zombies when you can, avoiding what you think are unnecessary encounters, I did not know that would lead me to the coward's ending. So, since you're not locked to the one ending in Signalis, and Signalis itself as a spiral, not a cycle, it's a spiral. Not a circle, it's a spiral. In that regard as well, possibly trapped in your own headspace. Nothing is true. You never know what's really true in Signalis. I got that ending and I felt mixed because I felt sad. I felt sad in a good way. It made me feel things, okay? But it wasn't the promise ending. So that's the risk that could have happened here. What if we ended up with the marriage ending and then we were left with, I don't want to be like my mother. I don't want to be like my mother. I don't want to be like my mother. And that's the ending you got. So the writers, the developers here intended for us, for players to be like, we really want you to see this ending first. Like, please look at this ending first. Get the reality post-credits with the murder at the wedding, the woman suspect in her 20s, the 2 more men murdered, the red and white pills. Please see this first. Because you won't be able to really get the most out of the other endings if you don't see this ending first. Right? Like, maybe I would have been so lost if we got, like, another ending. And it wouldn't make sense. So I feel like the first ending they thrust upon us is, this is what happened in reality. Okay, now play the game again with that in mind, and you will see things differently. So let's just assume we played it with everything in mind. As predicted, everything happened so quick, so fast. I didn't really give a shit about the people in this game. But then after having played it once, I can imagine now going back to the beginning and being like, okay. Hinako is going through things. Let's be more empathetic and see things in a new light. You cannot make a point about Signalis' ending without spoiling it. Dude, we don't even know like what the true ending is there. I'm happy though with my speculation and a fan theory I read explaining Signalis' ending. I'm already good with that. Like, I forget the details, but it brought me closure to read that person's interpretation of Signalis' story. And I needed that closure. We're here, it's like, I'm fine. The point I want to make is about the fake out. It's been a while. In the Silent Hill F, which fake out are we talking about? Like, hey, you're insane. Your meds are driving you crazy. And it's all your childhood friend's fault. Anywho. Let's read a few more comments. The Fox God even said he's a failure. Cared a lot. Hinako also had feelings. Yeah. So he gave her. We would assume in the best ending, this man who's also going through problems in his life and is also quite confused. He realizes he's being too controlling and it might not be what Hinako's needs. So he gives her space. So good. Okay. Then she grows up and we don't know if won't they. They need to do some growing up and healing. Because it's difficult to be in a relationship. It's difficult to be in a healthy relationship if neither of you are emotionally well. Where it looked like you first got to the ending, but you did not. So they changed things up in the second run, thus leading to the next ending. Yeah, it's a Nier Automata fake out. It's not an ending, it's end of chapter 1. Now, look at it from a different perspective. Yeah, I guess it could have done that. Well, this is the fake out. This was the fake out. It ended. It was such a cliffhanger. We yelled at ourselves. We yelled at Hinako, bride Hinako. We yelled at her saying, and then the world saying, "Leave us alone!" And then top shot, and then cut the credits. That was the ending. That was the first ending. And that was like a fake out to me. But again, I'm not willing to play the game again. Both Hinako and Kotayuki are the true victims of the society. It's funny that not getting together means freedom in this game. Well, yeah. What's stopping them from living their lives married? Sounds like saving a backup if things don't work out to me. Well, this guy doesn't understand that they were forced into it. I disagree with the shoe part. He didn't make her take drugs. He always mentioned to her there were other remedies and always told her he was ready to listen because he knew she was only having those headaches because of stress. He had also told her the drugs weren't good for her and they'd have side effects if she becomes dependent on them. We got the note from Shu saying that he diluted it. He diluted the medicine so it wouldn't be so strong. In ending 2, there seems to be a misunderstanding that Shu replaced the drugs or something, but that's not the case. When he mentioned that he only meant that he feels responsible for her mental stress and what she was about to do by deciding marrying the fox, which he knew she wasn't happy about, it's not just that, but also the fact that he gave the drugs with that goodbye note to her, even after she made the decision. The drugs were most likely controlled substances, which was mentioned on a note in the doctor's house. They had unknown side effects, and in the first ending, Hinako ended up taking too many when the marriage was closing in due to stress. That makes sense. She was getting stressed by the wedding, she took too much, she massacred everyone at the wedding. Her mother or her sister found out, and she ended up killing everyone who tried to stop her and ran away. That's fucked up. Around 16 hours. The fist bump ending would have been mind-shattering. I would have just laughed my ass off and say, this is the patriarchy ending. Just insert Ryan Gosling in there. Or in the heavens. Ken nodding his head. It wasn't really a new perspective. He just woke up in another iteration of your sweet or cyborg body because your previous version got decommissioned. That's true. It is literally another body. Right. Yeah. Maybe that person did not find the note where it says that Shu has diluted the drugs. Yeah, well, I forgot about that as well. Because when Shu said, when Nightmare Shu, when that memory Shu said that this medicine even terrible side effects, and I still gave it to you. It's partially true. And he realized that, wait, it's too much. She's going to be too dependent on it. But it was too little too late. He probably diluted it, but then we were already addicted to it. Maybe that's the case. And of course, he would still feel guilty. I'm pretty sure he part of him was like, this'll help. Because you don't want to talk to me. Here are some meds that I think might work. But then she started to grow dependent on it. Because she wouldn't talk to Shu about her problems. And that's when he started to dilute it. But we were already addicted. So, of course, he's still responsible in that sense. If he was fully aware that there were possible side effects to that level, Shu also made a big mistake. It's the 1960s, brother. She literally says the second ending that he gave her pills because he didn't want her to get married. It is kind of explicit that he knew giving her pills wasn't good for her, even if the pills calm her down. He knew the risk. And thought about himself before thinking about her in the wedding. Again, that's Nightmare Shu. That is, we don't know exactly what the boy thought process-wise. Because we saw different versions of the boys, right? We saw different versions of Kotayuki. We saw different versions of Shu. None of them are like the true Kotayuki and the true Shu. They're all reflections based on Hinako's own interpretations of events and life decisions. So just because second ending Shu said that out of spite, he drugged her. That's one version of Shu. This whole thing actually shows the stress of these molds has on both genders. People just focus on the femme part because their MC is female. In some of the notes, it hints at PTSD from World War II, which men were forced to fight in, of some men in the town. I saw shades of that. I saw that, yes, of course, this toxic patriarchy did not come out of nowhere. Yeah, and since those versions are whatever it is made up of Hinako's mind, she projects blame, guilt, and whatever on those characters. Yes. Blames, forgives, reconciles with whatever she needs to move on in her final moments. If we're gonna go with the conclusion that she does die, or she is dead, either by the cops or by suicide. Hinako loved herself more than the fox guy. She loved him but didn't want her life to only be him. Okay. Ending 4 is my personal favorite. Hinako realizes she doesn't have to fight and eliminate her other self in order to be happy, and instead chooses to accept, coexist, and move forward together into the uncertainty of life. Who knows? She may end up marrying Kotayuki or Shu on her own terms, or decide to walk her own path. The possibilities are endless. It was the most hopeful to me. And for me, the empty town was just... That's a similar feeling as, realizing you're an adult now and not, feeling like the world is... You just can't understand it, and you might feel so alone in the world, but it's a passing phase. The town will come back. People will move back in after the poisonous fog from the geysers. We lost our childhood home. It won't be the same. But, life moves on. Etc. Having faced herself for the first time in her life, she is truly free to make her own choices, with no one else there to guide and tell her what to do. It is both terrifying, yes, but free and beautiful. So the mix of everything. Like just looking at that empty town, poisoned by nature. In a way, metaphorical for poisoned by the war, poisoned by the culture of the time, poisoned by society. So you could read that into that ending as well. Into the reconcile with herself ending, which I like the best. I found it the most hopeful one. If anyone's confused, the true ending is ending 4, where she doesn't choose Shu nor the Foxman, but herself. Yeah, ending 4, secret ending. For me, that's my happiest ending. She refused to be in both men's control. Shu controlled her with pills. Foxman controlled her with marriage. Well, her father and the other family arranged marriage. Anyway, Fox Clan. She learns to accept both of her inner child and adult side. However, whether Hinako is living a normal life or delusions is unknown. I'd like to root for her. Remember when she said, there was that one line where they say, where Fox Hinako says, they can still visit you. So that most likely still means that even if you get married and live with this man, your friends can still visit you. You're not going to be gone from the world, right? Or it could also be a hint that we were committed somewhere and we're getting help. I don't know. All right. At the end, both men are bad people if you think about it. Not really both men, just wanted to love her but ended up forcing her to choose which of them she wanted to keep. But remember, in that ending, the second ending we saw, Hinako is like, stop treating me like an object. And then they just ignored her. So if we're leading it up to the third ending, the fourth ending, First ending, reality, murder, possible murder, suicide. Second ending, patriarchy wins, Hinako's ignored. Third ending, Hinako gives in, becomes marries, regrets it, does not want to be like her mother. Fourth ending, screw all these expectations. I own my life. This is my life. Whether or not she takes her own life or whether she runs away and chooses to start her own future, this silent town, this empty town, the possibilities of her filling it up and the right people coming to this town and settling it, I choose to be hopeful for that. I had to reload the page and now you have the Duolingo thing. Pen, I don't know what the hell is going on with that Duolingo, man. Something about Duolingo drops. There's gonna be a Duolingo anime. Why does she need to choose either of them? For me, true ending is they get hallucination because of the gas. That's partially what may have happened. Or the town was evacuated because of the gas. They're not evil. You consider this time you set in, they might be the best two options a woman could get. Ugh. But that's the whole thing. It's about fighting that expectation. That's why gender discrimination was part of the horror in 1960s Japan. And from what I hear, even present-day Japan still has hurdles to overcome when it comes to gender equality. In that ending, she becomes a Tengu and lures lost souls in the town and trapping them there. Happy ending? Maybe. Fox guy's just trying to marry her. From what little we get of the real world, he's generally nice. So only the fact that he wants to marry her is, I guess, bad. Did this person not get the notes about the arranged marriage and how he was sending her notes? What? When did she get those notes? It's hinted that she was still a minor, becoming a woman. We don't know if she was groomed by Fox Mask or not. Yo, Bonebreaker, thank you so much for being here for another wild interpretation. I know I've been yapping for the past hour, but it shows that I was invested in the story. I wanted to really understand it. I'm already coming down from this, the whole interpretation thing. I'm just curious now about what other people's interpretations of the story are, but I'm pretty happy about where we are in terms of understanding it and where we find ourselves in the story. It kind of feels like Signalis in that sense, and it's understandable. It's coincidental that we have Hugh here as well since the Signalis days. But yeah, the gameplay itself, not my thing, but story-wise, super blatant and on the nose about its themes, but the fact that we're speculating about these things, I mean, it's a fun little exercise because we're given these simple building blocks and we can just have fun with it, right? So thank you for being here, Bonebreaker. If you're gonna stream tonight, hopefully I'll drop by. Good luck with the Night Rain hunts. As for Shu, I think the thing with Shu and the pills is overly exaggerated in her mind in ending 2. That's what we came up with as well. We literally find notes of Shu that says he recommended the pills to her for her headaches, but he advises her not to rely on it. And even adds the drug could be supplanted by normal things like therapy, like being heard out and whatnot. And he did dilute it. What I like about the ending 4 is that one of the Hinakos isn't completely close to love. Yeah. She simply wants to get to know herself better. That's what I liked about that ending also. Like, I had to swallow that instinctive reaction I had when she said, and then I'll marry him, or I'll be right for him. Like, I had to swallow that because in my head it's like, was it a result of the possible grooming that this man did to her? Or was it really just, is it really true love? Like what they said, this arranged marriage. Are these feelings just a product of this spell, this contract, this arrangement? Or is it something real? And the way she was talking about it was something like, the important part is they have the freedom to explore these avenues. Is that not real? Was he really just grooming me, a minor? Did he mean any ill intent? Do I want love? There's nothing wrong about wanting love. So we can be happy for Fox Hinako. As long as it's, you know, as long as she had agency and freedom over it, and it wasn't a result of like psychological abuse and manipulation, right? What I like about ending 4, she simply wants to get to know herself better, while the other still insists she doesn't know what to do. But for now, they both claim that they have a way to go, have a way to go before feeling ready to be with someone. Yeah, put yourself first. So basically, ending 4 tells us the whole ordeal with monsters and fog is caused by the ancient gods' curse of the town to get Hinako. Yeah, okay, so sure, we're psychoanalyzing everything. Was any of the survival, was it all just a dream? I refuse to believe that it's all just a dream. Because for me, that it's something I personally wouldn't want for a story where it's like, yeah, I know, like, things that can go on in your head are real. Dreams and nightmares can be as real as reality, even more real than reality. But wait, no. It could really just be a nightmare. It's valid interpretation of it too, if you account for the author. The valid interpretation that it is all just a dream. Some of his stories does have tragedies that have both mundane and supernatural reasons. Okay. And he never outwardly states that it's because of demons. It's because he puts both in and lets you decide. Okay. I can get that. Because they did drop a lot of supernatural reasonings. So maybe that's why I'm not as sour about it being like, oh, it is all in her head because she was going insane because of these pills. Like, that's part of it. But the whole town curse, the town curse, I believe, is more representative of, like, if you were to put it to mundane reasons, the role of the men there and the arranged marriages of the family in power, etc., etc., etc. That's part of the town curse, right? So, like, that's the mundane aspect of it. But it could also be supernatural. But in his story, it's definitely supernatural. But due to some reasons, in some cases, it must also have mundane explanations due to some rules stuff. Something, I guess, something our human minds can comprehend. How the way these supernatural entities can get to us is by luring us in with a familiar. Right? And putting things in understandable human terms. Because yes, there's the fear of the unknown and fear of not understanding. But there's also something insidious about how the supernatural makes things seem so mundane. These cruelties, these societal ills as a product of supernatural entities, and yet they so ingrain it into the human experience that it becomes a systemic human nature problem, or that we believe it to be a human nature problem, even if it's the supernatural spirits pushing our evil selves into the foreground. Gods playing games with mortals. Precisely. Where direct divine intervention makes for boring games, so it's both human fight and not. Yeah. True that. Because it's like, if we have no human agency, if we have no chance at all, then like, what is the point of our struggle, in a way? But then, of course, there's the point of like fighting against fate, and you will struggle anyway. But that's another topic of discussion. But I get what you mean about like, okay, it would be boring if it was just totally up to the gods. Like in a tabletop RPG, what kind of makes it exciting is the uncertainty of the dice rolls. If you just talk about it at the table and decide on outcomes without rolling dice, then you're just you're collaboratively storytelling, but you're also just playing make-believe, and the rules are there to help create a game out of it and to create uncertainty, and to also, in a way, even the playing field of collaborative storytelling. Not that it's competitive by nature, it's collaborative. But so it's not just, I want a good ending for my character, and they're like, no, I want a bad ending for your character. So to resolve that, you roll a die. You roll dice. Because then the gods will decide, are you going to have a bad ending? Or are you going to have a mid ending? It's going to be both. The dice will help facilitate that. Because if you remove the dice, it can get toxic very quickly. Even with dice, tabletop RPG and collaborative storytelling, collaborative creative storytelling in any form, it can get so toxic with people controlling the narrative and doing what they can do to sabotage the others to get their own way, to get their version of the story. It can happen. So, in the same sense here, yeah, it is both role play and dice play. All right, I'm pretty happy with that additional insight. Thank you. Okay, they keep talking about Kotoyuki. How can any of these endings be considered a true ending? There is no true ending. There's 4 endings, and the true meaning is what you, the gamer, thinks is the best decision for Hinako. For me, the most positive, happiest outlook is her reconciling with herself, not bowing to either man, and committing to understanding herself before making the huge decision of whether this love is real, or if I was just a naive, manipulated child, or if Shu really is right for me, or if I don't need either of them, right? That's a journey Hinako has to go on. And the fact that she's not bound, it may seem like she's still bound by these men and their expectations, but not, she doesn't need them. It's not bad to get together with someone. What's bad is being forced to do that or being expected to do that. So again, it all comes down to your own agency. Personally, from what I saw in the journal about Shu, Hinako herself is still unsure on what she feels about Shu. It may develop into something more. Personally, for me, I still prefer Shu over Kotoyuki since I like his personality more for Hinako. Well, are you on Team Shu or Team Kotoyuki? Wow, that makes sense. I was wondering, since Shu admitted to what he did, why does the ending with Shu not represent as a good ending in many people's eyes? It's not about choosing which one is right and leaving the worst option. It's about choosing yourself and your own happiness on top of what other people want you to choose. And the reason why he turns into that monster is because I feel like the thing with like Susako and Rinko and now Shu turning into those demonic figures. Those were, again, the nightmare versions of her friends, magnifying their worst aspects and turning them into demons in our story, which our minds can do with such people. The final boss was bullshit. Fox Monster was perfect, but the other one, the dolls, was a nightmare. People playing on the most difficulty. Shu was drugging her up. Again, these people, I think, they're focusing on that interpretation of Shu who becomes a demon. It's the same as Rinko. The nightmare Rinko, like that is just so intense that I don't think that is a real Rinko. It is just her jealousy was just so magnified by the fog that that's all we saw her and defined her as. This jealous girl wanting us to die so she could be with Shu or something. Susako, I don't know, wasn't really developed. She was she was the friend group eccentric, the quote-unquote weirdo. She probably had the tie. She is a tie to the supernatural, I guess, with her father being no longer being head priest, her grandfather ending that line of succession with her grandfather, which may hint at the curse slowly enveloping the town because they refused to keep the shrine up. After the fire, after the lightning, the faith died off, industry moved in. So I guess Susako was like a vestige of that. People calling her crazy, but she actually heard her ancestors, or she heard the cry of the land, but no one would listen to her. So I think that's like Susako's damage, and that's why we left her alone in the dark in a prison, and she was terrified of the dark, and that's how we said farewell to her. And our memory of her was just someone trapped in the dark. Actually, the true ending is so lesbian self-cessed. Okay. If you're Japanese, you'll understand more about Hinako. This is what they're saying about the localization. The fox, Kotayuki, is the man that Hinako's family wanted her to marry. She's crying at the end when the fox wedding happening. I don't want to be like my mother. It's because she's treated like commodity, her back being branded by the fox. Because it's marriage that her family pressed it towards. She doesn't have choices like her mother, who married someone that her mother didn't really know at the time. Shu giving her red pills so he can keep Hinako for himself. Japanese is prone with depression, with so many causes, environmental pressure especially. It's not easy to express our expressions so freely like Western countries, and this game really describes it so well. I'm assuming this is from a Japanese person Google translating it, and again, it's a cultural dissonance. The thing is, like, as obviously I'm not Japanese, but in Filipino culture, Filipino culture and broadly Southeast Asian culture, I could relate to this on many levels as well. Even as someone who's been so westernized by Hollywood and the US, the cultural values that Filipinos have, they share many similarities to this story. And as someone as well who has Chinese friends who are more traditional in that respect, which comes with that baggage of expectation and arrangement, it happens. parents deciding who you should be with, arranging it so it happens. It happens. And how we are more or less a non-confrontational country. Like people like Americans might come in and be frustrated about why don't we just tell it to their face? But that's not what we're taught growing up. We're taught to gossip, talk behind backs, do not confront, keep the peace. And as also a hyper-religious country, it can get twisted to the point as well that it's the godly thing to do for all the toxicity that entails. So it's like the Bible says a wife should be subservient to man. And then they'll quote that shit. And they will reinforce that shit in their church. They do that. I've heard priests deliver their homilies and they quote that. Like, one of the most disgusting feelings I've had was, I forget whose wedding it was. It was a wedding. I was probably covering it as a photographer. And the priest unironically laid out the rules and expectations of the man and the woman in the household. And he was just unironically listing them down. And I shit you not, essentially saying that the woman ought to be subservient to the man to keep a peaceful household. And I probably was a photographer at that event. But again, it's just, I was just so disgusted by that. And the depressing thing is that since it is a primarily Catholic country, this is the kind of thinking that is perpetuated in a lot of churches and communities and trickles down into the family and trickles down into their kids. And it's terrible. So yeah, what this person says, environmental pressures, prone to depression, not easy to express so freely like Western countries. I can totally relate how this person like really understands the story. I think I'm good with this. It's a story of someone wanting to break the chain of generational pressure, societal expectations, and also coming of age, where we are lost and confused often with ourselves, and that our environment doesn't necessarily help us find those answers. And that ideally, we will have the love and support of our friends and family who will help us through these times. But the tragedy is that not everyone gets that. So let's find someone to raid, chat. Thank you for being here for us musing for the last 2 hours. That concludes our first playthrough. Of Silent Hill F. Yo, we never get to raid Spidas. Let's raid Spidas. Since we finished the game, saw all the endings. He's going through Silent Hill F. I don't know if he's going through all the endings. But let's go ahead and say hello. Thank you everyone for joining us on this wild ride. It is certainly an interesting exploration into how much you can do with such simple, with just simple setups and blatant symbology, and yet still come up with a fairly interesting thing to explore and relate it to our own lives. And it doesn't need to be the most complex, complicated story out there. It doesn't have to be. Sometimes the simplest stories work out and leave you with an impact, right? Oh shit, it's ending stream. Abort, abort. He just ended. From one horror game to the next. You know what? Let's see. Maybe we can find some new friends to raid. We finished the game. Let's scout out for someone. Or I could just drop you off to Necatomic, who's playing Metal Gear Solid Delta. I could do that. Lara is playing Final Fantasy Tactics. I heard that's a very difficult game. Who is playing Silent Hill F? Swedish, Yuri anime. So many people. How do you find the right people to raid, chat? All right. Next session, we're gonna do Withering Waves. We're gonna finish Renesita. We're gonna play the 2.7 update. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for sticking out with us and sharing your insights and making this playthrough all the more enriching. I'll see you all on Wuwa next session. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great day, and I'll see you all in Renesita. Bye-bye.